My name is Alvia. I'm the operations manager for the Cabinet Audits. Okay.
Would you like to share us? This is a common church from the center.
I'm Pedro. I'm last on from Burma Solutions, Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jennifer. I work for Beneficiaries Uganda. Thank you.
I'm from Poetry of One. Who gets the primary school and involved with the school's chair secretary. How it's going.
Morning to you all. My name is Justina Popo. I work with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development as a senior clean cooking officer in the clean cooking unit. Thank you.
Most students at the advice. And we'll sit in already for a
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by the name Nasaka China. I'm serving in new capacities as the Vice Chairperson of Women Council. I'm happy to see everyone here.
Which district?
Mbale City.
Oh,
Yes.
so we have the representative.
Yes, thank you.
Let's give the online.
Praise Jesus.
Praise God.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. I'm Martin Host from Mbale State Development Forum, Ushuma, and a promoter of pressure cookers.
Thank you. So we could now have the participants who are attending virtually to introduce themselves. Are they microphone enabled?
Just call them one by one.
You can mute and introduce yourself. I think there's no protocol we are following.
Sandra, kick us off.
Hi everyone, my name is Sandra Kwamboka, a carbon market associate at Verst Carbon, dealing with energy projects.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Edith Ongale, an investment analyst at Verst Carbon.
We have Tash, Alex Wulinga, and Iwasu.
Yes, morning everyone. I am Walenga. I'm based in Lira. I'm a participant. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Moses Ochieng. I'm a carbon market associate from Verst Carbon. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex. Okay, it's Alex because we're able to see, identify the name. So once again, you're most welcome. We're going to first and foremost give an opportunity to a representative from Mbale City. Since we have the women cars leader, we are going to give you an opportunity to come and in just one or two sentences say something will come us to Mbale, the do we have any other representative from local Mbale local government? Okay, so let's pick the one.
I think we can start with the technical.
So briefly, the highlights of these stakeholder engagements. The government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Energy and Environment, is designing a national carbon framework and program for Uganda. And the intention is to ensure that there is proper coordination of different carbon projects within the space of clean cooking. And of course, today we are here for a couple of activities to present to you the activity, the program of activities that we are designing. And of course, we are here also to present to you the program design, how the monitoring and evaluation and reporting will be looking like, how the sharing and the program governance will look like. Of course, we pick now ideas from you as stakeholders. They get to get further information from you. The representative from the ministry in the opening remarks will further highlight more. But for purposes of us proceeding, briefly, that is how the program is structured. I am going now to give you an opportunity, one to words, just read us. Newcomers in Mbale City, and you let us know how the women council is on this program and many other things, because I know women are more engaged in are most engaged in the cooking. Thank you.
And once again, I can't ever solution comes to Mbale City. And I'm so grateful to see people around, the facilitators, and looking forward to working with the women of Mbale City as a council with the clean cooking energy unit. We thank you, welcome you, and we as women of Mbale, we are ready to sensitize people about that. The clean cooking energy in Mbale City. Thank you very much. That's my brief.
Thank you. We are now going to invite Justine to come and briefly give opening remarks on behalf of the Commissioner, Energy and Resources Department, and the Ministry of Energy and Environment. Come and take over. Thank you.
Good morning once again. My name once again is Justine Akumu. I work with the ministry as a senior clean cooking officer in our newly formed clean cooking unit. So I'm sure a number of you are asking, what is the clean cooking unit? This is a unit that was formed, I think we're about a year old, formed under the Energy Resources Department. The main objective of the clean cooking unit is to improve coordination of clean cooking activities and support resource mobilization, dissemination of clean cooking, noting that our clean cooking access slides. I think if you look at clean cooking without biomass, clean cooking access lies way below 10%. If you add the biomass foodstuffs, clean cooking access lies at about 27%. So you may be wondering, why clean cooking? I've heard a number of you say that you're stakeholders of clean cooking and you're using clean cooking appliances. I just want to ask, how many of you use charcoal and firewood? Let me be more specific. How many of you use charcoal and firewood to do most of your cooking? And here I mean cooking posho, beans, matoke, maybe even katoko for breakfast. So it's predominantly your main cooking fuel? By show of hands. Okay, and firewood? Okay, yes, thank you for being honest. The statistics show that the majority of Uganda predominantly rely on firewood. How about gas? Okay, and of you who use gas, what do you use it for? Do you use it for breakfast and lunch? Right? Do you have big families or you're still one families? Yeah. Okay, so you use gas to make all your meals, including lunch and supper? That's very good. Really?
Yes, gas. Food.
The real food. You go back to chocolate. Yes. Electricity. And here I could say boiling water with electricity. I think majority of us. Any other electric appliances? Ministry has been promoting electric cars. Does any of us own one? Wonderful. Okay, very good. But what is the electricity for? Would you call it frankly you use for being suggested? And that's okay. One it's right to be one of your primary cooking appliances. However, what we want to see is we want to have, for those of us who are using charcoal and firewood, what type of cook stove do you use? Do you use the exact one of Mutwalo? I don't know what category we call it. We have this very modern ones. Some of them are coming from Kenya. There's one called a Poa, for something like that. You know, what about that of Mutwalo? Do you as well? Okay, and ordinary one.
Why when I had a training from the Ministry of Energy and Resources, I started amassing a lot of firewood and resources. When we were promoting that, at least I had to get one where I made a practice at cricket ground and I saw it getting boiled in just 5 minutes. And they told me that by the time you feel like eating the food which you ready, this is when we are graduating from firewood to pressure cooker cooking. And I have liked it. And in terms of fuel consumption, it's still low. Yeah.
So that is what we want to see a transition. We want to rely less on our firewood and charcoal because these are coming from very important resources, our forests, which preserve us from landslides, especially in this area, which is prone to those calamities. We want to preserve our forest cover for the environmental service and the other services. And henceforth, we want to have a shift. One, if we are continuing to use biomass and charcoal, we want to use efficient cooking technologies because that can significantly reduce the amount of water that you need. But also, we want to see a transition to cleaner cooking forms. We want to see a transition, or we want to see more people using gas for cooking. Ethanol. Do you use ethanol for cooking? Wonderful. Do you use ethanol as well?
I worked it for my mother.
You're a very informed stakeholder. You need to sit in front. Yeah. So we want to have a shift to those cleaner forms of energy for cooking. Why? Because the traditional forms of energy, in addition to them being very wasteful, the technology, especially the ones that we use, emit smoke, which is very dangerous for our health. It is causing, it has been associated with short-term and even long-term respiratory illnesses, which they actually take a toll on your budget at home, but also for government, because it means we have to invest more in buying medicine and providing healthcare. But also consume and waste time. The time you would have used, you're spending 3 hours to make beans, which you need for lunch, yet you could have made your beans within 40 minutes. You find young girls nowadays, the firewood is becoming more scarce. They have to walk longer distances, and that actually affects the quality, the time they would spend on their education. So it's why, as the government, we are pushing for cleaner booking solutions. But I'm sure you can relate that whereas the file bookstore always series maybe 10,000 shillings and below, the pressure cooker might cost much more. How much is the pressure cooker? Probably, how much did you buy yours? 350,000 shillings. Who said they bought gas? Did you say use gas? How much was your gas bill? 250,000. Yes. Who else? For ethanol, how much did you buy your kit? 130,000 shillings. And even that 130, that must have been a subsidized price. The actual price is probably double that. So what we see is the upfront cost of the technology is a big area.
There is also an intermediate, there is also another intermediate cooking stove, which is the solar powered. And I can see it's rampant in the community of late. I don't know whether it's through your effort and it's solar powered.
It's in color.
Sometimes orange.
Okay.
But at least it has a fan, it fans and it has a very small. The solar powers the fan.
So it's a solar aided thermostat.
Yes, it's solar aided thermostat.
Okay, yes, those are the more efficient cookstoves that we want to shift to. And let me ask you, how much did that one cost? About 570,000. Yeah. So the high upfront cost of these technologies is a very big barrier to adoption. That is why people are still using these, the less efficient cookstoves. That is why people are still using firewood and charcoal. And this high upfront cost is one of the biggest barriers to the adoption of the cleaner cooking solutions. Something that costs 10,000. Now I'm telling you to now buy something that's more than 10 times this price. That will have a financial toll on you. And I imagine you're educated, you're employed, you're exposed to this information. The majority of the Ugandans out there do not have this income and also do not have the knowledge to take the informed decisions to buy these appliances. So it's because of this that we are, as a government, we are designing interventions aimed at mobilizing resources. These resources will address those two big barriers, the high upfront cost of the technology and also the continuous use of the fuel. Now, because as we are using improved cooking solutions, we are reducing that environmental burden or the burden, reducing the greenhouse gases. Our clean cooking interventions, they also qualify to generate carbon revenue. Because we are not only reducing the greenhouse gases, we are also improving on the quality of life, we are improving on the health, we are also contributing to aspects like education, and because of that, we then qualify to generate carbon revenue. So with this carbon revenue, we want to add this carbon revenue to then aid with the increased adoption of clean cooking solutions. With carbon revenue, if we can use carbon revenue to then break down the upfront cost of technology, then you find a cook stove, an electric pressure cooker that you buy at 250,000 might actually be cheaper. And also with the carbon revenue, you get the companies can then have the resources to do the continuous sensitization, continuous monitoring, and the continuous outreach so that they can reach as many customers as possible. So as government, we really want to support with access to carbon financing. However, access to carbon financing has in addition on the international front, it is very expensive to design a carbon program. I think one would say you need about $1 million Uganda shillings to design and fully release your carbon program, but that's just the beginning of your problems or the hard work you need to do. On top of that, you need to go into intensive and rigorous monitoring and intervention. You need to know For instance, if I am giving you a coastal and a carbon program, I'm going to need to know where you stay. I need to know your geo coordinates. I need to know your telephone and the number of your next of kin, what's around. There's a lot of detail that one needs to know. But also, one is your capacity of the user to make sure that they are using these coastal so that they can generate carbon revenue. Yeah, so the very rigorous carbon monitoring that goes in, and also a lot of technical expertise that's needed in designing a carbon program. And as we look at that, we've realized that that has been the biggest barrier to the adoption to the design of carbon programs. So as the government, we say, how can we come in to support companies such as yourself to then design, an overarching carbon program that can enable a number of you participate and then generate generate some carbon revenue that can be used in the design of these interventions. So that I think, is what we are doing here today. I mean, a consultation to have an appreciation. However, this intervention is not only stopping at a household level, it's also going to the institutional level. Which that schools consume a lot of firewood, and that consumption also results in a high bill. What we've seen when it comes to the non-scholastic materials, we have a head teacher here, you'll bear me witness or confirm my statistics. After the scholastic contributions, the non-scholastic materials that follow, the highest cost is food. After food is firewood. Would that be correct? And our estimations show that schools spend up to about 20% of the money generated just to meet that cost. But what is that firewood going into? Going into inefficient cook stoves, delayed cooking, it affects the quality of education. So as a government, we are also designing, and still the problem is the same, the high upfront cost of the technology. These improved cook stoves, and then cooking device, for instance, if we look at the amount of money government is cooking, we are estimating we'll be using about 40 million shillings to displace a cook stove that costs about 2 million shillings to construct. So for a school, the economy may not be actually that upfront barrier, a hindrance to the adoption. So that is why programs like this are coming in to then break down that cost and make it more palatable and ensure that we have more and increase access to clean cooking. So at the we designed this program politically, but also recognizing that the rights to carbon are very important. We have national regulations through our National Climate Change Act and the National Climate Change regulations. We have clearly stipulated, again, an explanation on the rights. What are my rights as a user, for instance? Carbon generated. It is by me abandoning the firewood and charcoal and switching to an electric device and using it that I generate carbon, that the carbon emission reductions. That's the activity. However, I would not have generated the carbon without an efficient cook or without a modern cook stove. So there's a technology provider that has provided it. But also, if that technology provider did not have access to financing, they would not have had the technology which they would have given you to cook with. So you find there are more than 2 stakeholders who are involved in this whole experience. So even when it comes to the rights to carbon, we have to consider all the beneficiaries or all those who have been involved in that activity, enable to generate a carbon credit. So as we design this intervention, we'll be looking at aspects as sharing roles that we have to play as government and as companies, what needs to be done in order to be registered, how intensive and what you're going to have to do in order to participate in a carbon program. But it's doing this, we hope that we shall be able to achieve our ultimate goal. We want to have each and every Ugandan using clean cooking solutions. So we want to do away with a 3-stone fire. We want to do away with the charcoal cook stoves, metallic ones that are also not safe to use. Ultimately, we want to have a transition. So as we map our transition, we are looking at a time between now and 2035, where we shall be heavily firewood and charcoal, however, using efficient technologies. But as we head towards 2040, we want to phase out firewood and charcoal. So in order to do that, we need carbon revenue, we need strong private sector, we need very strong value chains, so that somebody in Uganda, once they want an ethanol bookstore or an electric bookstore, they can access it, and this can be actualized through carbon finance. So I'd like to thank all of you who have come to participate in this exercise, want to know more about it, and also to provide your experience, because I know Happy Energy, for instance, is implementing a carbon program. So I also hope to learn from your experience, what's your experience so far in implementing this program and how we can better design our programs, but also to you, our stakeholders. I want you to candidly ask us many questions. What are your rights? Where are your benefits? What is government's role? And how can when are we going to start? Our things can take long depending on resource availability, or can be as immediate as possible. So we want to ask you to give us as many questions as possible. It's through your feedback that we shall design a holistic program that works for everybody. So with those many words, and I say many because I don't come to Mbale all the time. So every time I come here, I hope to hear a mouthful, and also to bring remarks from our team at the Ministry of Energy. We have a bigger team that is designing a number of these interventions, and to wish you the best of deliberations in this meeting. Thank you.
Interesting. So we are slightly schedule, as you can note, by almost an hour. So we'll ask the Verst team to move swiftly faster to ensure that every activity that we're supposed to tackle today is tackled also. But I want you to just like how the commissioner right now is representing the commissioner. So we have the commissioner in the house. As she stipulated, clearly said, please feel free. This is not an interrogation moment. Simply, we are here to share ideas so that as we design this program, we design what works for you, right? I just want to briefly take this opportunity to take roll call of the head teachers and teachers of different schools who are here with us, especially those schools that are in pilot. And anyone here, then you can show us which school is that? Namutumba district. Yes, another school that is here. So we have one school. If someone mentioned something, is the grade schools that they are in pilot, right? Okay, any other? Okay, thank you. You can take up the floor.
Good morning, once more. Name is Charles Waru. I'm the director of carbon project at a company called Verst Carbon, and our primary function is to support communities and entities and organizations into scaling or exploring the opportunities in the carbon market, something we'll be talking about for the better part of today, and also support the same communities in using climate technologies. I'm sure you've been hearing a lot about carbon. We'll talk more about that, what it is, how do we measure it, how do we quantify it, where do we sell, how do we sell in today's conversation. I do not want to reiterate what Madam Justina has mentioned about clean cooking, but maybe just to start jogging our minds. From where I come from, we call clean cooking nishati safi. Nishati safi. So I'm curious, what do you call clean cooking? either in Mbale or in Uganda? Do you have a name for clean cooking? Or something else to say clean cooking? Anyone? We can make one right now here. We can come up with one right now.
It is Mfumbe
Muji. Pronunciation Mfumbe.
Mfumbe clean cook.
Can you agree on that? Or someone has something like that? This is how words are generated. If there are no words, you meet somewhere and you.
No, like cleaning cooking, me, my own thing, I think, yeah, like cooking without to get in contact with the client. That is my thinking. Yeah.
Okay.
Initiative stuff is more like clean energy, right?
Clean energy and clean cooking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clean cooking specifically, what is that?
Clean energy, yes.
Yeah.
But usually it's clean energy surfing. Yeah.
Clean cooking, in my language, I may call it kudenga biology. Meaning you cooking food, there's no smoke, even your kitchen can let you what? Let's do that sports from that social smoke. Kudenga indicate cooking.
Okay. Then and lastly, the different ways you can cook in a clean manner, yes? And I think you know about them. There's biogas, there's ethanol, there's LPG. Today's focus will be on electric cooking with. Where I come from, I call it electricity supermarket. So what do you call electric cooking here? Mike, the moment I want them to hear, I want them to hear. Okay, do you agree on that? Okay. Now on your table, I think when you saw a number of documents on your table. There are about 3 or 4 different forms. I hope everyone has registered because we have to document that we came to Mbale and we start with the gentlemen and ladies and their participation. Make sure you have signed up somewhere. And then you see some forms. One form you see, it's a big form with the written comments. Now, as we start discussing, some ideas might come to your head. Sometimes we have an opportunity to tell it to have a microphone tell us, and sometimes you make note. Sometimes something comes, don't forget you have to write. Please write in that form. Okay. The purpose of what we're doing here is what we call a local stakeholder consultation. We're doing a local stakeholder consultation for what we are calling the international multi-field carbon program of activities. I know it sounds a lot, but by the end of today, we shall have understood what we are trying to do. But more importantly, we want to hear from the communities in Uganda and on matters of clean cooking, specifically for electric cooking. And Mbale has the opportunity to be the host of now the local stakeholder consultation for electric cooking. We started on the 30th of March in Kampala when we are now starting to talk broadly on the program of activities. On Monday, we were in Gulu, we were talking about electric cooking. So now we are here in Mbale, electric cooking, and then we're heading back to Kampala to talk about improved balance cooking and also bioethanol on Friday. And then on Tuesday, we in Kampala again talking about and then for finalizing the consultation in Parana as well later next week. So now today you're looking at how can we go about electric cooking for the Republic of Uganda, and we shall see, are we dealing with institutions, are we dealing with how can the likes of energy and other people be part of the program and keep on scaling, and more importantly, the local governments across the country, how can they also be part of this? So we're doing a local stakeholder consultation, therefore your questions, your agreements, please put them in that form. And then it's at your liberty to put your name, institution, it's at your liberty. What's more important for us are those comments. So if you want 2 papers, 3 papers, please ask for more. At the same time, even when you leave here, just be collecting feedback for another 30-day period. Therefore, there's a form. You can see saying scan here. There's a form, and for those who are online, colleagues will also put the same link there as well. Yeah. This one here, this QR code, there's one example that gives you access to that particular form. You can also type in your opinion and comments and questions. There's also another form that tells you if you scan it, it will take you to the project document. You realize we are trying to be very minimal with the papers. So if you want those heavy documents, the 10, 20 pages to read more about this program, please scan that documents, the QR code saying project documents access. You can scan it, go in there, see the different documents that are touching on this clean cooking program. Open together. Again, here the idea is we provide the community with as much information as possible, so to ensure that as we are taking this everyone is understanding what we are trying to do. This is what the government is thinking of doing, but it's not work alone. You know that, right? Governments must work with the people, and now it's an opportunity for the members of the public and those who are online from abroad as well to tell us whether what we are trying to do it makes sense, but you can adjust here and there. Okay, and of course, as you have heard and you shall be seeing today, we're not just focusing on electricity, there are other fuels, but today's conversation is electricity. We'll also take any other information on fuels, but for today, we want to say, can we focus more on electricity and see how it can work? I will not reiterate the problem. I think we are all very familiar with the problems, be it at the school level or the household level. The objectives of what we're trying to do are also in very well articulated by Madam Justine. We want, as a government, the government wants to make sure, can we try and bring more coordination in the clean cooking initiatives? I know today, if I go to the market and I look for what we call electric pressure cookers, yes, I know there's so many companies who are providing such devices. You have to look at the register and see who are the people doing this so-called carbon project. There's so many other people. Yeah, and I know members of the community are inheriting carbon. They want to be part of that carbon store. They want to be part of those benefits. So what the ministry is trying to do here is to provide a more enabling framework to support the coordination of clean cooking. More importantly, the ministry, besides setting up the policy and the ambition, is walking the talk. Yes, it's not only saying these are the targets that the ambition, but also providing the frameworks in terms of for those who want to promote electric cooking. These are some of the supporting enabling frameworks that are going to be available. Now, because some of these transitions are going to be a bit costly, that's the reality. Yes, there is a cost to transition. And the last thing we want is someone to say, can we add more taxes to do transitions? No, we don't want that. What we want is, can we think creatively and innovatively as to how can we look for innovative ways of financing these transitions? So as we're saying at school, move from using firewood to cooking with electricity and the small cost implication to it. We're not telling the school to use school fees or telling the school to put taxes. No, we are saying, and this is how that transition is going to happen from a financial perspective. And we'll be talking about what is carbon finance and how can carbon finance together in the time. And because the ministry is keen on ensuring the clean cooking in the entire republic, so the ministry will be playing the role of what we call a coordinating management entity. Meaning, if you as a private sector player, public sector player, you want to come and be part of this program, you must adhere to those guidelines which we'll be talking about today. And the person who will be overseeing that is the Minister of Energy and Development Health, where you can see there's a specific unit that has been established to ensure that vision is a reality in the shortest time possible with using resources in the most prudent manner. Don't worry, I'll be stopping at some point in time to post for questions and comments. I guess any comes, remember, write it in the paper. You can use the notebook, but I prefer the paper so as I have more ideas to see how can we improve. Besides saying we had a program of activities that was initially launched formally in terms of stakeholder consultation on the 30th of March in Kampala. And like we said, there are many options in terms of cooking fuels. Yes, all of which they have their benefits and the challenges, etc. The ministry now saying you can do clean cooking using LPG, but ethanol, biogas, improved biogas, briquettes, pellets, and also electricity. All those are options for clean cooking. Anything that is going to be able to reduce the amount of that heavy smoke in the kitchen, anything that's going to be a cook stove that is able to cook more efficiently is a benefit. Are we together? And I want to ask one simple question. For those who have been able to, once upon a time, using, let's say, fire, and then switch the use of electricity, besides the change in the money, in the terms of usage, was there any changes in health, especially the schools, transition, or transition? Are there challenges from in terms of from the kitchen staff when you're using fire? Anyone? It's going to be from home or something you've experienced. LPG, electric, firewood, anyone? Yes.
Thank you so much. Over time, you reduction forest power. It has become even more expensive using coal, using fire, and coke, using charcoal. So people, each and every one is transitioning from using firewood into at least another way of mitigating the cost of fuel by cooking. And I can guarantee that when you go to the firewood store, you will find how much they charge you for a parcel, for a bundle of firewood. So all of us have used firewood before, but over time it's becoming more expensive than using firewood to cook because it is too scarce and accessibility is reducing because the only firewood on the market apparently is from plantation forests, which are done on commercial basis. So expect the cost to be high.
Thank you. There's something very important here as explained that we'll be coming back to later. That over time, because people have been using the same forests for cooking, now it's becoming expensive because those forests are no longer there. To me, they were chopped down or something in the forest. You know what's happened, right? So you can imagine that if now you want a cooking project, is going to determine how many crates are going to be getting. I'll explain that later after tea break. But more importantly, one thing is that because of continuous use of forest cover, not replenishing, the forest cover no longer available, and it's becoming a scarce commodity, and now it's becoming more expensive than some of these fields just sitting on the wall of the projector. So we have to start reversing it. That's from the financial perspective. Also, like from where I come from, there was cases within schools whereby there's an increase in sick leaves from the kitchen staff because of continuously they're always there in the kitchen. Most schools, I know when the schools has been constructed, the walls are either white or light paint. But come after 1 year, the paint is black. Is it paint? Is it paint? It's carbon black, right? It's the soot, the heavy smoke coming from the fuels. Are you together? Food for thought. If it's on the wall, it's in the glass. So now we are saying clean cooking is a number of impacts, especially on the health side. And now you're saying, can we consider other fuels that are having lesser emissions? And these are the ones we're looking at. And that's why all of them are accessible within the program. But for the purpose of today's consultation, we are looking at the electric cooking component. Then below it, you can see another box, institutional and household. For many, many years, the focus of clean cooking has always been looking at the case of the households. But now we're coming to accept that some transitions have happened for households, things are moving, but at the institutional level, there's still a big problem. Picture this, if a household has 4 to 5 people, and they're all using firewood, how much fire do you think is being used in a school of at least 300 learners to prepare the meals? And the difference then, in the house, the smoke is going into one mass. But in a school, the smoke is prepared to 20 people, is going to only 3 or 4 with you. Can you imagine the problems you have? If you do the numbers and see how much fire a school consumes in a year, and then you work backwards how many trees those are, and then you ask the school if they planted trees, of course that will be no. So then you ask yourself, where are the trees coming from if you keep on doing what you're doing at the institutional level? And that's why this program is not only focusing on the households, but now the program is saying institutions are also places where we need to be taking constance of clean cooking. I want to get to that point. So the program covers institutions could be the schools, could be commercial restaurants, etc. Any person at the institutional level who is in firewood as a more welcome to be part of this initiative. Okay, so at least from a technical design, the question you're wondering how it will be done, I can tell you for free now is sorted. I'm sure you're wondering where this technology is, where's the money coming from, and that's where this consultation to see how the ministry is going to be supporting us. I'm not direct this, but again, it covers household institutions and it's covering different fields, but you're focusing here on the case of electric cooking. Any part is more than welcome, whether you are part of the local government or your private sector, you are a development partner, you're an NGO, private sector, you are more than welcome to be part of this initiative. Specifically, if you are making now being part of this program of activities, especially the component you're calling the voluntary project activities for electric cooking, the Ministry of Visuals are here, and they will start by simply expressing your interest, and then we are starting to see how can the Ministry of Visuals company looking at having this device deployed scale the Mbale and together. As a conclusion, the program is targeting the Republic of Uganda because of the ministry has presence. So anywhere within the Republic and you're able to support the ministry in this initiative, you are more than welcome. I pause there for any questions or comments. Yes, microphone.
Well, for the invitation and thanks for the submission. All along I've been saying things that I want to appreciate the government of Uganda that have become wiser. Because some of us have carbon to Netherlands. Now I've been moving in institutions like schools, trying to encourage schools to add on more carbon. You see, when you plant a tree, it may not be of a benefit, but some people have lost even. Because in my rural area where I come from, at least they are trying to engage with the communities of stakeholders to see that they catch up with the idea of carbon. Now, when I see carbon coming going with the Ministry of Energy, I come more well. Because all along, people have been cutting down trees, not knowing that trees can help them at a further note. But some of us when we engage with other institutions, when you are using fire, people have been losing their road. But now I want to see that as we are here, I know a stakeholder consultation, it means we have been selected as few, but we go back to the community and we teach them the goodness of using maybe electricity or maybe pressure cookers, such that they can see their advantages of using it. My first time when I heard about pressure cookers, I thought they were expensive. But when I started using them, I realized we were saving. Because as I speak, to have a meal of 5 hours, they are saying people are using more than 5,000 to use to prepare a meal of 5 people. But with electricity, I cannot use 5 units of electricity to prepare a meal. At least there I find myself saving. When you go for Chaco is at 100,000, but Chaco cannot take a month of 100,000 bills. But the electricity of 100,000, you can use it for cooking for more than even a month. That's why I encourage people, I encourage communities, institutions, let us buy the idea and let us take it to the lower level, such that other people can be interested in the system. Thank you so much. That's what I wish to submit.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much for that. Yes?
I think I was picking my pressure, electric pressure cooker. I don't know what you wanted me to about. May I get what you wanted that I meant about?
You have brought in a very interesting product.
Yeah.
I don't know if people have seen it before. You can just take a minute or two. Tell us what it is about. From here. So when you're talking about electricity, I don't mean we go to the power lines. I mean you're using an electrical appliance, like the one that we have here.
Actually, when we're talking about cooking, this demonstration should be able to bring it out. Thank you very much. I'm coming at your friend again from Ecotech. This is an Eco, it's an electric pressure cooker. This appliance, basically, this exercise is all about. This, I have one of the clients, one of the participants was suggesting and saying that air pressure cooker was about 350,000. This, Ecotech, in partnership with the Ministry of Energy, we are promoting this electric pressure cooker, which is very, very much subsidized. Because one of the key components and the challenge in terms of any cooking appliance success is the issue of affordability. This appliance is just being sold at 150,000. You can the other component of the money is was provided for by the government of the Kingdom of Uganda. So once we when you want to cook anything, that could be matoke, that could be beans, could be locally. Some of us that want the hope at the Serenia. All the videos that like this cow kind of sauce, we can use the same appliance. And so you have the potting stuff, and then you have this element for steaming. You have such an element of steaming. If you're cooking using this, we're cooking less locally, we use about 59 to 60 when you're cooking locally, and we take about 800 Uganda cedis cooking locally. If you calculate that, and we were looking at using firewood, how many pieces of firewood would we have used in preparing that? So you realize that at the end of the day, we're saving time, we're saving resources, we're saving on the environment. Because at the very end of this is that Uganda is part to emission reduction general. And so we're saying that let our people access such as these appliances and reduce the carbon footprint everywhere. The main president have told us that when you get some of the kitchens around, you find food. Food is carbon. Every smoke you see is carbon. Now that carbon is either getting on the walls or getting into your lungs. You allow me just to experience that Ecotech is promoting that pilot in most of the schools that are here, some that are coming. But when we went to Kirabo University, one of the schools in Eastern Uganda, the headmaster there actually told us that he has pulled a trend of some of his cook journey or getting the ear and all this because of the accumulative effect of the inhalation of the carbon, which is from the inefficient biomass usage. And so we're saying we can have this at 150,000 shillings. You can have this. The other component of this is being provided for by the Republic of Uganda through the ministry. And so you can have fresh beans about 15 days. You can have you have the average of driver of season. Driver of season, you expect about 50 minutes or 50 seconds. But if they are fresh and near the season, just from the season, you look about 40 minutes, sometimes even 35, depending on the moisture content of the place where you are. If they are very fresh as from within the pot, we are talking about 15 minutes. And so this is coming out of energy conservation, is coming out of cost that you're saving as a household, and the company of taking as a beneficiary is largely reduced. So we are doing this in schools, we are doing the electric boilers and higher volumes of the pressure at about 750 meters. Some use some of the head teachers and other members are coming, but this is part of what we're promoting at household level. We are looking at using an eco-pot. And why this? Because it's all stainless. It doesn't have that other component which wears away and food making it carcinogenic. So we are highly. Thank you very much. The commissioner said we have to see.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I'll reintroduce myself again. I'm Pierre Jennifer. I work for Redress Limited, a company that's promoting use of electric shuttle cars. My friend has as well. We do Tefal, the brand is Tefal, and we send it out at 250,000. We sell in groups and it's on installment basis. We do this because we want to aim at improving on the health of the people. We know the dangers of charcoal and, of course, firewood, like it has already mentioned. So we do groups of 5 people and above, and then go we educate them on the benefits, the goodness. And then when we go ahead to, we have a system that's designed to capture their details, register them, capture their locations, and we can always follow up until the payment is done and we give a 3-year warranty. So in Mbale, we have offices in areas of Roro, Kustia, Siroko, Lamburi, Mudaka, and we're also in Ujiri and Mayuge, but so we're just trying to expand to other margin areas that we've not yet touched. So in some of those pressure cookers, we also developed a meter. It's just been going. So in my batch that went out this year, we had around 10 meters installed. So this is to help us to track the usage of these pressure cookers. We always encourage that because it's really expensive and it cuts out on costs. So, for now, I will not say that when the product reaches, I will display and then maybe my friends can
I think introduction will done by the I am from the State Government for VRCC. Madam Commissioner, I want to thank you so much for the kind revelation you've made, the effort as part the efforts of the Ministry of Energy in trying to touch base with the need of reducing carbon emission. Another is program, I think it is really beautiful. It's implementing what they call a program based approach in marketing. Government puts emphasis on their budgeting process. And the budgeting cycle started in September. Now we are going towards the final stages. What if the resource because whether we like it or not, it is a danger. It's a type bomb we're living with. We are losing forest cover. We will hear that we have lost from 3% now to 9%. And that has been out of consumption of charcoal and fire. What is government now aligns itself to having a program based on that's number two, to subsidize and rampant expand the use of clean energy. Clean energy working with the companies which are already in existence to make these gadgets affordable for even those who cannot afford so much. So simply that it's now a government program funded by the budget in the program with the project based approach. So simply that at this time we concentrate on providing clean energy gadgets to the communities so that we can reduce the pressure on the forests. I guess that is the best way to go. Whereas, well, we shall pick up from there on a big summit.
Thank you. Are we okay? Okay, then we'll now proceed to a quick tea break. We'll only have 15 minutes tea break. It is now 13 minutes to 11. We shall then be resuming by 11. Please let's keep time. Here there is a back end there. Let's keep time and thank you for attending the morning session. Looking forward to a 3-hour session after tea break all the way to lunch. Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, Father, I want to thank you so much for what has been provided. As we share, we're very satisfied. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
About this concept of emissions reduction, remember at the beginning we mentioned that when you're using something like, let's say, 3 stone and firewood, the amount of smoke or this emissions coming from the kitchen is this much. As much as possible, it's quite wide. But then when you transition to some of these electric cooking opportunities like the ones you're seeing here in front, one is EcoPot and there is the fire. We are not saying that that amount of emissions will almost disappear. It becomes very negligible. So when we're talking about things to do with emissions reductions or carbon credits, what we simply is we're going to use certain scientific formulas to the amount of emissions when you are using 3 stones and firewood, and now when you transition to these electric pressure cookers you're seeing in front of you, what is the difference in those emissions? How much have you been able to reduce? For either you're using the case of stones have been moved on the ground and then the firewood put on the side. What you may or not know is that because the heat has not been covered and being wasted, therefore you tend to use more firewood cook the same amount of food compared to when let's say going to be using an electric pressure cooker. And for those who have given these stoves, we'll give them opportunities to tell us the comparison. If you're preparing meals for 5 people, how much firewood were they using before and after when we are now using the EcoPort or the file. So the two companies, please prepare to give us those quick comparisons, so we can be able to tell the audience if indeed, if you're using electric pressure cookers, are you really using less firewood to prepare the same amount of food? Because that's very important. When you're coming to the ecosystem of carbon markets, we have to make sure that we are not starving the students in the schools. No, we are saying if you need to prepare meals for trained learners and the transitioning to electric cooking, you must make the same amount of food that the trained learners were requiring for lunch is the same going to be preparing when you transition to electric cooking. And the same is the case of households. So if households are using fire for cooking and it was preparing house food for 5 members of the household, the same amount of food should be prepared with your electric pressure cooker or your electric the induction cooker. I hope I'm very clear on that point. We are not reducing the amount of food prepared to reduce the emissions. No, you're making sure that the change in the fuel, and then there's a change in the cooking device. So maybe they're using some very low technology, and now they're coming to a pressure cooker whose efficiency is higher. Okay, the efficiency you're talking about is the thermal efficiency, the amount of energy is able to project. When you're talking about clean cooking, just to iterate, we're talking about two main things here. We're talking about the ability to change fuel from a high carbon fuel to a low carbon fuel. So think of the smoke coming out of firewood. Think about the smoke that is not coming out of an electric pressure cooker or a solar cooker. That's number one. And then number two, also changing the cooktop. I've said you're using 3 stones. There's a lot of inefficiencies. This because heat is dissipating, heat is disappearing. But now, when the use of an electric pressure cooker, the food is being put inside the pot, being covered, and then is to heat the food. The heat is trapped there. That is better efficiency. And when and then after transition, the difference between what was in the baseline, what was in the business as usual, the amount of smoke coming out of the school kitchen, the amount coming from the household, and now after transitioning, pressure cooker in this case, is there smoke or is there no smoke? It's far less smoke. The difference in that is then what you can now say is the emissions reduction. Usually on 8 of those, we quantify it in terms of those gases. Now, we are talking about emissions reduction from the before to the after. Now, how do we quantify in terms of school carbon credits? Simple formula: 1 carbon credit is 1 ton of these gases. So if you're able to deploy a stove like that one, go to reduce the amount of emissions by 2 tons. How many are those? 2. I repeat, quantify this emissions reduction by looking at the amount of tons you've been able to calculate. And what you're seeing here on the screen, is what you're seeing on the screen are the different formulas. What you're able to see here on the screen are the different formulas we're going to be using for that engagement. Now, we shall assess how much smoke or emissions are coming out when you're using firewood. Then, using the different formulas, the difference the before and the after is more or less, you can say we have reduced emissions. Are we together? We used to have this amount of smoke because of that. Now it's very little because of maybe solar or electric cookers. I know you're wondering where is the smoke coming from electric cookers, and I'll tell you where very shortly. But the before and the after gives us what we're able to reduce together. Now, for every one of these gases of this smoke we have been able to reduce, it is one carbon credit. Together, one ton of smoke is one, it's one carbon credit. 1:1. So if somebody is telling you that this is going to reduce the emissions from your house, it took tons. How many carbon credits those? 2. Because it's 1 ton of smoke, 1 carbon credit. Now, the question then is, how do we from this? There are certain formulas provided by some of these carbon standards to allow us to assess this kind of opportunities. Now, we are looking at using a body called the gold standard to be able to leverage some of the methods and formulas that have been able to develop for us to do our assessment. We talked about smoke coming from electrical smoke. Now, that is not really able to see, but what is causing electricity is coming from the grid, correct? In some cases, these are solar. Cooking with solar. I think the introduction, I'm talking about solar cookers. This is here. Solar cookers. So I can assume EcoPort and Tefal as you can use the national grid, correct? Yes? Okay. Now, the national grid will now stand to come and ask themselves, what has been the source of electricity that is being used to generate the electricity grid? How is the fuel? The clean is with hydroelectric. The clean is, that means the emissions from the grid that are being used to prepare food with that stove is also small. So remember having this amount of emissions in the firewood business. Now it is almost zero. So you're having more carbon credits. The difference between the before and the after in terms of emission is what you're talking about, this so-called carbon credits. It's not yet money. It's not yet money. But now, from what we are trying to do, to develop with the ministry here, is how can we quantify those emissions reduction? Okay, find people who are willing to buy those emissions reductions, those so-called carbon credits. You don't the credits they give us. It's us. It's the people of Uganda. Are you together? We do the emissions reduction. We quantify it using these different methodologies here, and sell to these people who are looking to buy. We give them these credits, they give us money. Good thing here, the money is in US dollars. So when you come to a school and you're the school, we need a school transition, and maybe the cost of transitioning is this many millions. You're saying, don't worry, because from this program, this finance can help school kids and other schools in the country in transition. I'm sure some of you are aware of field cooking carbon projects in the country. Have you? Anyone who has ever had any clean cooking carbon project, but some companies? Okay, they've been doing it for the last couple of years, but don't worry. It's an opportunity now for us here to also see how can we, as schools and households and people like EcoPort and I'm seeing the file. What's the other one? The name of the last one? Power Up. And Power Up be part of this program. Right together. And these tools are seeing here are part of the transition. As a last question, if a household is not cooking with these pressure cookers, can they do emission reduction? Can they? If a house has been given EcoPort, a day, 365 days of the year, make sure you're cooking. And we get this thing called emissions reductions, and then we get carbon credits, and we still get money, and then we give you something. But then they decide they'll only be using these pressure cookers on Sundays. 1 day per week, 50 days in a year. Should you expect as many emissions reduction? No. Are you together? For you to get this carbon finance, you must make sure when you transition from the ways of doing things, the new ways of cooking, you if and only if you want some of those carbon finance. Am I making sense? I know you're wondering, this guy will go back to Nairobi and these others will go back to Kampala. How will they know? And that's why now these things coming here. We have to monitor. These devices are going to be part of the program. We'll be having a monitor that knows that this household in this particular district was given this cooktop of this number and they have been cooking with electricity. If you cook with electricity in this case, you have done emissions reduction and you can get the carbon credits. Those who will not be cooking will see, oh, not cooking with this one, they're cooking something else. So don't expect credit from that household. There's a meter that's going to be put in there to be able to know where is the household and are they using electricity or not. Am I making sense? You can cook what you want to cook, never want to cook, but the point is, if you want to be part of the benefit of the program, when you transition, you must always use. And when you don't use, it is okay, but don't come and say, I was cooking for 65 days. No, the data will show you, I only cooking 50 days of the year on standards only. And this is the data. And this is the amount of kilowatt hours you are using. Because the same way you have an electric meter, a smart meter or electric meter in your house, the same way a meter will be put for this to this cookers to know whether or not you're cooking or not cooking. Am I making myself clear? So we can either choose to pretend and miss out, or we can choose to support in the clean cooking initiative and get the benefits for the companies that are going to be participating in this program. It's just two options. And I think we all know which option we want, correct? So the point is, if we believe that there is a benefit, there's a health benefit to transitioning, and the different distributors are going to come here and tell us for all the different local foods that have been used here, how much in terms of tokens, electricity tokens were used, and then you who is using firewood, you'll ask and see, I'm talking this minute and this amount of shillings, and I'm using this and this, you make the decision. There's no theory here. It is simple mathematics. You know how much money you spent to prepare my talk using firewood. They'll tell us how much is spent using the electric cookers. Simple math. Because at the end of the day, the devices must be affordable. Yes. The ministry must provide the necessary electrical infrastructure so as we can all work towards clean cooking. Right together. And later on shall be of the different initiatives the ministry is doing in terms of electrification and also making sure there are enough technicians in the villages and the districts to support this. There are two different formulas we'll be using. I'll not stress to you, but for these three companies, they decide to be part of this program, we'll be having more technical workshops together, and we'll be using some of these methodologies here to do the calculation. But because it's a public stakeholder consultation, I will not go into the nitty-gritty, but for this company, and I hope to be part of the program moving forward, we shall have those sessions on how do we digitize the meters, how do the calculations, how do we do the monitor. The message is very clear. If you want to get the benefits of clean cooking finance, when you transition, you have to make sure you keep using the stoves that have been provided. I know somebody's going to say that sometimes there's a power failure and this and that. Those are known, but it's not every other day, right? I'm sure it's once every 1,000 days. So it should be cooking for 999 days, correct? Yes, always make sure when you're cooking, ability, please cook. And I know for the areas that there are no connections, Dr. Christmas will tell us about the program to electrify houses between certain distance from some of these transmission lines. So as everyone is transitioning and there's no excuse. And I also took note that one company is mentioned you allow the parent in installments, pay-go model, yes? So there's no excuse for not transitioning to such kind of cooking approaches. I hope the point is home and dry. Yes? Any question or comment? Yes. Microphone, please.
One of the challenges we get with the appliances is the maintenance areas and repairs. That's the big challenge we always get. They sell to us, but they don't again tell us. It's like going to Toyota, you buy a vehicle, and they don't tell you that we have spares. Now they should tell us where we can get spares or where we can get our appliances maintained or serviced. Thank you.
Thank you. So there will be two responses. The companies who want us to buy, they tell us where we take for repairs, and don't tell us they don't break down. When they do break down, where do we take them? And then I let Dr. Christopher talk about a program within the ministry that is building capacities to technicians at the district that will be projecting the website. Any other question? Just question and then responses. All questions first and then responses. You have a question? Or a response? Okay, let's take all the questions first. Then when do you do repairs for different appliances, and how does the ministry look into empower technicians in the country?
My name is Robin, and of course, my question is, for me who is already using electricity for cooking and I've not bought these appliances, how do you incorporate me into that program? Because I'm already using an electric oven which uses both electricity and a gas range. Then I have a pure electric oven. Then I have another appliance I bought. It uses methylated spirit. It's called a cocoa stove. So I may not buy this because I already have.
Thank you. Any other question before I come to responses? Yes.
Thank you so much. My question is like, first of all, to the ministry for this intervention. And what I'm pointing, one of some of these appliances, there's some traditional food which to me I feel it cannot be cooked on these appliances. Is there any way that in otherwise, like where I come from, I don't think where they can mingle Carlo on this kind of. Thank you.
Thank you. So the three companies are giving us feedback. There's a specific food he has mentioned. Be careful if you say yes. You can always try it. Any other question before we come to the responses? Yeah, one last question, then the responses.
Thank you, sir. So if I have my own pressure cooker, can I be system program, and where do you put me in the pressure cooker itself or in the kitchen?
Thank you. Thank you. Responses, I'll start with the companies, repair issues and specific local foods. Let's start here.
Okay, I will still ask one question, then I proceed to the response. At Vidasasa, we aim at equipping each household with a tefal, but then we have a challenge. Recently, we are supposed to give one product per client. We are not allowed, a client who has already benefited is not allowed to take a second product. So something hard, and it's really hard for us to convince them. I don't know how we are going to talk about this or how to solve this, because sometimes one client can need like 2 products, but we've been limited to 1 product per person. Okay, then to answer about the repairs, we've been in this program in Uganda since 2023, I think. For our UEEC, trained local technicians. In Mbale here, we had a training and we had sent 2 of our technicians just locally to go and train. And last month, we had a technician coming in from Kenya to retrain them again. So when the product gets an issue or it gets spoiled, we always bring them back to the hub. We have 3 years warranty, and we have warranty cards that we give them. And we have them repaired by the local technician who have been trained, and then the product is taken back. So I think it was the support of the ministry that they trained the local technicians to
to work on the broken the fowls. Yeah, I think. And then somebody asked about me going Kalo. The Tefal pressure cooker cooks everything from Kalo to Molokon, everything. And it's very easy to use. So just rest assured everything can be cooked. Yeah.
The company?
Thank you very much. This is Geoffrey, Ecotech Energy Holdings. One, the first concern was repair and maintenance. At Ecotech, we have a team of technicians who were tested and trained by Creek to manage all such cases as they come through. So we have the customer care department, which follows up these people. Like if it's Geoffrey, they're like, hi Geoffrey, how are you? How is the appliance? And all this. In that, we're able to capture data in terms of I have a constant A, B, C, D, E, and we say, okay, we have actually at Ecotech in a central region, we have an electric bike which moves and takes some of the appliances from our clients to bring them at the office where the repairs are done. Why electric bike? We are trying as much as possible to reduce the carbon footprint, that even as we are trying to get this appliance from our client, then the emissions are pretty low for such as a case. So this is no concern from now on. Just get yourself an EcoPort. We'll reach out to you wherever you are. Second concern was, and we mingle, hello, just like my sister put it, these are modified pans, really. If the other local source pan could do this, that, then equally, the pan in the electric pressure cooker can do the same. So we can mingle kalo, we can do all these other local dishes and all that. We can do matoke, just feel comfortable, get yourself one, and get out of the carbon infested kitchen and all that. Thank you very much. I think that's it.
I just wanted to note we've been a lot of demonstrations where actually in Mbale, we were in Kumi district and we invited Omukuka, the king of the Bagisu, and he mingled Kalo and he even cooked Maleo with this pressure cooker. We were trying to demonstrate that even with the local foods, you can cook with an electric pressure cooker. The only limitation an electric pressure cooker has is you cannot make chapati with it. But in Uganda, our cuisine is mostly, we do steam a lot. That would be a very big issue in Kenya because in Kenya there's a lot of chapati making. But in Uganda, we do a lot of matoke where you steam it in the banana leaves. You can put the banana leaves in there. Then you can leave it on a standby mode. And then when you're in standby mode, it works like a TV. When your TV is in standby mode, very little to no electricity until one is ready to cook. So these appliances have been designed based on our food, our local food that we make here, and even the wording and have been done so that it is easy for you and especially the managers at home, because we all know we're all here who's cooking at home. There's somebody cooking at home. So we've also designed these appliances so that the people at home, the managers, all the assistant managers, sorry, then mingle it. I wanted to can be able to use it. I wanted to ask you, Emmanuel, Lisa, to talk about the capacity building program that we're having with Quick and also how you're putting up that dashboard through the Fumba Hub. Thank you.
Actually, the dashboard is now displayed, so I will need to speak through it, and we do demos. If we can, maybe pick a few icons so that people get about what we're talking about.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Justin, and good afternoon. Still good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Manuel Molita. I am the Capacity Building and Awareness Officer at the Ministry of Energy in the Clean Cooking Unit. Just to highlight a very important aspect that, yes, we know we are promoting these devices for you to use, but we also know that since they are electrical appliances, they will easily get faulty. Sometimes, I'm not saying that these brands get faulty, but in case, right? In case of any fault, we don't want you to go back to using charcoal and firewood just because of a minor fault device, anything that you don't understand that might have occurred to the electrical appliance, right? So the big as initiative to train technicians that will run diagnosis on your appliance and see what the problem is, and also offer the technical knowledge and support to rectify that problem. So you don't have to fear that you will not be mingling your calorie again using the electric pressure cooker and you run back to the charcoal stove. So at the moment, so far, we've trained about 600 technicians. And to interest more in this is that the technicians, among the technicians that we trained, are not the degree holders. No, these are the same technicians you run to repair your percolator, to repair your flash iron. They come from within our community. The program we've run so far, being able to train those 600 technicians, and we have documented them on this. I know it has already been spoken about, that it has also different service providers, different companies in case you need electric pressure cookers, etc., etc., and other technologies. So, better, you would have to log in first. Yeah. This is, I'm trying to look for a Lugistu word, but I don't know how to speak Lugistu. But this is just for you to access the portal on just the surface. This is not containing the portal. If you want to get full access to the technicians, to the databases, you would have to sign up, create an account, right? Then you log in. So when you log in, find an ecosystem of, because my senior requested me to speak about the technicians, basically. So when you log in, you'll find, of course, the companies. Of course, we already have some companies here in the room. Bidasasa, Ecotech, and others. But on this platform, you can even find others for all technology, clean cooking technologies and fuels. In case you need to even do energy stacking, I have a variety of technologies. You want some ethanol around, you also want an electric pressure cooker around. So you sign in by creating an account, then you log in, you'll be able to find technicians with their locations, or where you can easily find. We've also put their contact. Plus, most of the technicians we put on this portal are mostly those that have undergone our training, and we are sure they can run a proper diagnosis on your device and offer the required technical assistance. But this is not to say that you always expect your devices to be or no. This is a modern the companies that are here will even speak more about their appliances and whether they usually get faulty or anything, depending on what the customer feedback is. But for now, we've trained those technicians. We have about 600. The transition must also come with what we call jobs, or what we usually term as green jobs, because this is clean technology. So that means it is, if it is clean, it is green, more green, right? For different people across all age demographics. Thank you very much.
I think there was another question about okay, Carol, they mentioned about it at maintenance, but there was something to do with the power, electricity, and I think you requested me also to speak through it.
about the program that now the electricity scale project program is running, where if you're in between 30 to 95 meters from where you are, which I know most of people in centers are within that range. So there's a connection-free campaign, and you only need to log in to the UEDCL website. You put in your credentials, and then you're considered. I just thought I needed to speak through it. Yeah, we'll share a brochure having those details, but again, we are here in case you need to inquire about anything. Then we can also be able to ask. Maybe the other issue was, which you will not speak through as a consultant, may I already have my gadget? Will I be able to participate in this program? I think it is an important question. Someone must have sold you that equipment. So you purchased it from someone, and most likely that service provider who sold that equipment to you will absolutely be aggregated into this bigger program. So that's now how you enter into this. And the consideration with carbon, which we will highlight more, is always between at least not exceeding 3 years, as long as you are using the gadget. So that one will also be highlighted. Thank you.
So you're using electricity, an electric oven. So your question is, when you now buy this, will you qualify for carbon credits? Or for what you have currently? Okay, I think that has been answered. Then now I'm now pausing. I want to advance your question and ask if she's using electricity and she wants to, get another appliance. Can she get an appliance that qualifies for carbon credits?
Thank you. So I'll respond that question, plus the one about 2 devices. So there's something we call fuel stacking, where you go to a house, they're using charcoal, firewood, LPG, all kinds of fuel for different scenarios and cooking. So what has been happening in, prior to 2024, going back, has been, you'll find those 5 different stoves in the house were from 5 different carbon product developers. Each one of them are saying that your house was using their cook stove to cook every other day. So you have 5 companies saying your one household is using all of them at the same time, twice a day, 360 days a year. And it caused a lot of problems on integrity, because then there's a case of what we call double counting, double claiming, where multiple houses are claiming one house is using their stove. So this standard ask themselves, how can we enhance the integrity? Because once the people who buy the credits realize that there's a lot of mischief, bad manners from the developers, they had to start looking at how can we enhance the integrity. Now, you'll recall I talked about certain methodologies at the beginning. So this is where now the response comes in. The first methodology is called metered and measured energy cooking devices, which says, and to reiterate, if that project, if that eco-pot is not part of a carbon project and it was given to your house and it's not being used every other day of the week, to be very, very clear and very brutally honest, that stove will only get credit for the days or the duration within which you are cooking with it, because it has been metered and it has been measured. So even if that house is using all these other fuels, and the one for electric is the one is metered, it's metered as used for the carbon project, credits will only go there. Our one is very clear. So to your questions, it's not a question that it's not allowed, it's a question of, if both devices are being used in one house and they're not metered, there will be an issue of how then do we really know climate mitigation is being done. So for this program, for e-cooking, There are two methodologies which are applicable, and both of which require the participating companies we put the meter. And I'm coming to the question of where do we put the meter? Because the last thing we want is the ministry being told, you have now been doing a program where there are dubious credits being generated because they're not verifiable. So for electric cooking, all participating devices will be having a meter that is communicating to a platform where we can see stoves from Bitasasa are these ones in this district, and they've been consuming in this manner. And then this is the carbon credits being generated. So that is one. What about the case where we've been doing electric cooking and we appreciate for that, about joining a program? So it depends on a number of things. One, which company was behind the stoves? I'm not talking about the supermarket where you might have bought. No. Who is the manufacturer? Like in this case, Bitasasa is getting from Tefal. So maybe Tefal gave them the right to Bitasasa and they can do a carbon project. So who is the person who provided? You see, are you already part of a program that you may or may not be aware of, which is likely, but I don't go there. But who is it? And then have they been able to put a meter? Because like he said, we can onboard a carbon project if there's enough data to show climate mitigation was being done. But if there's no data, then how do we verify it? So it's an issue of available data to verify this. And it's not that we don't believe you, it's just that you and I are here, but things you're doing is for the entire world. So we have to have mechanisms that as a people in Uganda, you can say what we are claiming in clean cooking is verifiable, and this is the data. And if you go to this location, you'll find this house using ECO. Verifiable data is what we really, really want. So the question then will be, is there data? Yes. Then if there's data, question is, can we then have a carbon project done for one household by itself? I want to confuse you and say yes or no. Yes, because you're doing mitigation, but not because the cost of doing a carbon project like you had is in the millions of shillings. Yes, so one house by itself will not make any economic sense. The same way you're starting a business, you're not starting a business to sell things to a shop for one household, right? It's for many people. So one household by itself won't make economic sense because there's a cost of monitoring. Even the three companies here, I'm sure they're selling in the thousands because having a business to just sell in Mbale district is not making enough sense. You have to sell to as many houses as possible so that you can meet the cost of doing business. So the same way that's why this program is looking at how can I get these three companies, we can do 1 million in Uganda. And we see how do we share the benefits, the costs, etc. And that's why companies like this are requested to come and we do the program, we do the technical discussion, we do the financial, the commercial, and the legal conversations on cost and this and that. But for an individual household, the credits coming to you will be coming from who sold you the stock. And in the last session, we'll look about how do we do with this government make sure there's a regulation that speaks to benefit sharing plans for projects. And that is a law. It's not optional. And we'll be talking about benefit sharing. But to answer you very directly, individual house doing a carbon project as a house, even if it's a school, the numbers, the mathematics will not work, but we aggregate. So for schools who are doing electric cooking, we put into one bucket. Schools want to use our gas, a huge bucket. The cost and the revenues goes to everyone respectively. I hope I've responded. And last question, how do we meter? There are two ways we meter. You see the same way we have got this charger for a laptop. Either have an external meter that assesses power being drained from the socket. That is one option. But to be very clear, the meter has to be directly tied to the electric pressure cooker. It's easier. However, the other options whereby now the technicians can open the PC, and where there's the heating element, we put a sensor, what you call Internet of Things standards, and now it is being consumed. So it's very, very easy. It's very possible. So the question of the manufacturing is easier, we put it inside. If they're like the ones that you have, for example, and then we have a project, then we put an external meter. There'll be some changes. For schools, it's way, way easier because institutional, if it's an electric pressure cooker for school, it's just a heat plug, you have the meter there as well. So technologically, that is very much possible, very, very easy. And one of the key things about the meter, remember it's about location. So most of these meters able to put a SIM card that can show the location of where the cooking event is happening for the purposes of just doing an audit. Are these actual stoves somewhere, or am I just putting meters in a house and saying they're cooking? Yeah, because again, it's about being able to verify. Yeah, so as the ministry can never be accused of doing cooking in funny way. No, everything must be verified. Transition to they're cooking with electric pressure cookers. Where are these schools? If it's a million houses, where are these a million houses? So as anyone can easily verify, and if it's found that the ministry is doing good clean cooking project, it can in a positive way. How much money are we still on the credit for? And we'll talk about finance later in the afternoon. But I hope you're all together. That is all about being able to do transitions and be able to verify such transitions. We are household institutions. Household, like I know now the 3 companies, I can say the 3 companies, you are eligible to be part of the program. It's not just a question of having the discussion with the ministry. Yeah, how can you can even be 1,000 companies. There are millions in Uganda. I think there are more than 10 million households in the country, and you are 3 of you. Even if I give you a 10 of a million household, I know it will take you 1 week at least to deliver. Yeah, but the point is that's where the ministry is coming in to see how can they work with private sector players to scale in the households. And also there's the institutions. There are thousands of schools providing meals for the learners. That's also an opportunity. The goal here is we transition everyone and all institutions into clean cooking. But for today, our focus is on electric cooking. So we do a map to see how many houses can be transitioning into electric cooking, and hence even the program to ensure households are electrified. Because you go to sell to a household that's yet to be electrified to the grid, ministry said, yeah, we are aware of that, and that's why we are also doing this, and it is free. Yeah, it is free. Don't take it for granted. Where I come from, it's not free. There's a huge cost implication. So let's leverage on these opportunities to see how much can we do from the electric cooking sector as these companies. And as you heard from the questions, the question is, can this cook this? Can this cook that? If you have those answers in terms of how much to cook, how much electricity you're spending, those are the kinds of things that will help us in making sure it's a sell. And to conclude, as I get a question back there, on that point is this. I've been stressing on the point that when you have been transitioned, you must use. Well, it's not a must, but it's up to, but if you want to get the credits, you must use, okay? There are 2 things. There's adoption and utilization. For the 3 companies, selling the stores has always been the priority, right? You sell 1,000 stores, the sales agent, you get your sales commission. Perfect. That is adoption. But when you're coming to the carbon business, adoption must be followed by sustainable and consistent utilization stores. Okay? Because adoption is one thing. Adoption says you are supporting the transition, but it's only the utilization. To be very clear, people using your stores for cooking, that's where now we can start talking about the carbon finance. And that's where now we can talk about the possible challenges with that. 1, are the stoves affordable? 2, are the stoves accessible to the houses? 3, is the cost of electricity affordable to the houses you're transitioning to? If the answer is no, then the work that we're doing here, and that's why we're doing the consultation, is how can we design a program that will make sure the adoption and utilization of e-cooking is sustainable. And there's some ideas we have. We should be talking about the carbon financing. How do we subsidize? How do we do the PEGO model? How do we even give back the houses a fraction of the credits as tokens for them to keep on cooking? There's some ideas we have, but I'm sure there are more ideas in the audience, and we'll be happy to see how can they be part of this. But the key thing is adoption and utilization in a sustainable manner. It's not just about the companies making a profit, it's also by making sure the houses we are transitioning to can afford the usage of these devices. Are you together? Question back there?
Thank you. This is from the point of the community. We are speaking about e-cooking, e-credit use, but we are speaking at a level of urban living. Before urban living, we have rural living. And the problem we are fighting, it is not in an urban setting. It is mostly in urban, rural based. I live in urban, but I origin from the village where we use firewood. In towns, we have people who have already accessed this. Now, how can it reach the community and how can they have awareness? I'm suggesting that maybe the companies that are assembling these appliances or e-cooking devices, they can engage with the communities or local leadership such that through maybe barazas, such that there may be awareness about the mode of the devices being introduced. Another thing that I can bring in, most of the people here in urban areas, for us, we are already having access to power. Now, if me, I get the appliance here, I can use it. But I'm speaking at a person because as the government, we are not fighting for urban dwellers. We are trying to fight for 0% at rural area. I'm saying that maybe when we are going into local institutions, we are going into local health facilities or engaging with communities, we can also engage with the UEDCL staff such that they can be aware. Many people are missing opportunities because of the information flow. I'm an urban liver. When I get this, I'm going to stay with it, and maybe tomorrow I'll be with it here to channels. But the beneficiary, a bigger consumer, has not gotten information. Now, what should we do? These companies should go also to community radios, such that they can begin training people, or they can have, well, I've seen a capacity building personnel, they can engage with him from the ministry and from the manufacturers or from the companies, or with even the local leadership, such that people can know what is taking place. With the marketing strategy, I will not talk about it because I think it's our next session. Thank you. I request to submit. I'll continue from there. That is my concern as a community representative. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a twin submission to what Martin has just said. This one is Martin Wabusa, my colleague. I think government is doing so much. But in the midst of it all, not so many people know about what government is doing in regard to clean energy. So my desire would be that whereas government is subsidizing the gadgets or the devices, they should roll out a program. Here we have the RCC, and every district has an RDC, actually a plethora of them, not even one, but around 5 at every district. Why can't they utilize the airtime? Because each and every local radio is mandated to give to the RDC's office. So that at least information flows I measure the cascade to the consumer. Here, I would desire that the ministry invest in information or sensitization, because so many things are happening. Even those who can afford, there are some people after the harvest, because someone can go to the market and buy this thing, buy all these gadgets at 3 million shillings without paying. But many of them do not have the information to that regard. So I think at this stage, the ministry should do as much more in the area of informative or informative information to the communities, and then later on, subsidize when the people know what they are paying and they are buying it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think there's a lot more that must be done in any initiative, and this is a call to action the company to be part of the program moving forward. That the marketing, the awareness creation is a public engagement to ensure we can scale this. Those will be joining for the other fuels. We'll be working with the ministry to scale out those other areas. But I appreciate for that emphasis, especially for the rural sector that are going to be getting more electrification. That there's already a framework for within the RDCs and local radio, and I think that is some of the things we can always be using to push on to scale this awareness. That said, I want to now, you already know, and this is where things. Oh, the question back there, unless she gets the mic.
Thank you, sir. I have followed you a little bit. That now, when you use maybe the EPC, there should be a meter, and then I get carbon credits, and then there is some finance. Somehow, I have understood that me as a consumer, am I going to benefit from the carbon finance, or it is that person or that company that sold it to me, the EPC, who will get that? I have not yet understood that.
I know Charles with some of a few of these things, but I thought needed to also respect a few things and how they have been coming in. There were important suggestions from the two gentlemen about using the RCC airtime and all that. And yes, I want to appreciate that. And I know there's a lot that the government is doing. And as regards specifically for this program, first of all, this is the first step of awareness that we are doing. So we want to agree together that this is the first step of awareness. Now, you know, every region of 10,000 meters or kilometers, at least you begin with a step. And now we have taken a step together. And we are picking all this information from you. But again, as you have heard, there is now an expert on awareness who was onboarded to government. So that shows that there are steps that are there. Again, we have been conducting live demonstrations, countrywide. I think the commissioner now mentioned about it. She told you that we have done a live demonstration demo with the Omukuka here. These are part of activities that we are doing as a way of making people aware of the program of cooking, better ways of cooking, right? That said and done, we will continue to sensitize as many people as possible. But I just wanted to explain in a layman's language, not more technical, especially what Mama has said behind that. For me, how do I benefit? So I just want make it much more easier for you to understand it. And you will understand it in this way. One, the overall intention of the program is to facilitate adoption. To cause adoption, there are activities that happen. First and foremost, once we start participating or trading in carbon credits, it means the users, targeted companies that are within the program, right, will be able to receive these credits, right? And once they receive them, they can use them as simple subsidies, right? Subsidize your product. How? A product which would have been sold at 300,000, as you had, it will reduce. Maybe at 150 or any other price, but lower than that. That means you would have paid a lot of money, but they are reducing it for you to be able to buy it. That's one area. Number two, if the price is subsidized and now you are able to buy as many as possible, the supplier or the service provider of the Ecotech pressure cookers will need more to give you. So that is how you trigger the demand and supply. I just thought I needed to make it much more clearer for you in a layman's language that you are all either way benefiting. Because you'll buy more and make the service provider also bring more. But as you're bringing more, also enjoying lower prices. And very many other benefits as he's going to explain in the next session, which you'll be able to see.
That the aspect of the benefit sharing was something that was a bit of an issue in the previous carbon markets. That's why the carbon regulations that have been developed are also addressing that, and that no carbon project will be approved or registered until that on the benefit sharing agreement. So what is entitled to you who is cooking with the appliance? But remember, for you to generate the carbon credits, you need the technology provider, has been noted. And the technology provider was financed because in this case, for instance, where, let me give an example of where a government is giving this appliance to you at 150,000. Yes, you're supposed to 100,000, but government has paid half, 150,000. Then another 150,000 is being provided by you. It means two people are financing this appliance. You who is buying it, and me in this case, government, who is providing some financing. Therefore, claim to the carbon rights. So we see three clear stakeholders. And then the carbon regulations also stipulate, currently in their state, they stipulate that when they are making a final purchase of the carbon credits, a fee of about 10% will be paid to government as a management fee. So with that, the regulations clearly show what is due. However, when we look at, and as Dr. Tashabia has noted, when we look at the clean cooking sector, it's upfront cost, but also the cost of technology. We've had people say the electricity is running so fast. So when we look at potential ways of designing the carbon, benefits that we give, and of course, this is something that is going to be designed as but also potential, can we carbon revenue to you in form of electricity units, Yaka units, so that, for example, and this is something, I think a pilot is happening in Kenya, whereby they are trying to motivate you to cook more with the electric pressure cooker. So they are saying, if you cook more, we shall give you more umeme tokens. So similarly, we also want to use such incentives and such tools and tokens to encourage you to cook more. so that the more you cook, the more you get yaka, or what we call electricity, UCL, and with that electricity, then you need it in continuously, this for cooking, and also to have for additional uses. If you want to run machines for doing things like the weaving machines or additional machines for productive uses. So at this point, we are just setting the scene. We're having a number of interventions. And we're going to expound on that very in detail. Another very important thing is this intervention is not in isolation. I know our clean cooking stakeholders, you've definitely seen us here before on a number of awareness campaigns. It's not only with GIZ, SNV, all those are partners of government that are supporting these interventions. So they are not on a standalone. We are doing massive awareness campaigns, and even as we implement these programs, we shall have dedicated budgets that will go to stakeholders how to use the appliance, where to take it to be serviced, but also continuous awareness campaigns, because we realize if you don't continuously sensitize the public, somebody can buy the pressure cooker, but will not use it. They'll maybe on the they find you cooking with it beans. They'll think it's only for beans. They'll not know you can mingle kalo with it or you can cook malewa. So you have to do continuous sensitization. That is what we have learned in the implementation of these programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm privileged to be here as one of the participants in this workshop. I come from the sector of teachers, and I'm a head teacher in one of the city schools here. By choice, I think I would just advise that I've already loved it, and I have part of some of it in my home. However, as you roll out to us, the stakeholders, I mean, we stakeholders roll out, I want to make a request that don't forget giving a platform to schools, because in schools is where we normally get people who yearn to get knowledge. And when you do it, and you, for example, now that I'm here, I pioneer, and part of you give us some of the, can I call them handouts? Yes, I can help the city and other schools and the community to come to understand how to buy this, whatever we are coming with clean cooking. I beg that I be prior to the people you consider. Otherwise, I love everything about this. This is my second time being in this workshop, and I love it because I even use it in my home. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you very much. I want to react quickly to the head teacher that has just volunteered to support. Just to also inform you, we are in the final stages of developing a capacity building toolkit. These tools is very categories. It is targeting you, the school proprietors, school head teachers. All tools are available for you to transition. That's for you that cost benefit analysis to help you make a choice on transitioning to cleaner, clean cooking technologies. But then it also targets the learners. How can clean cooking be taught to students? So in that toolkit also we highlight the various ways it can be taught to students. Clean cooking on that young learners can understand. Also, number 3, the teachers. You'll be shocked that in the different there are elements where you could apply, where clean cooking could come in. We're teaching geography, we're teaching science, yes, exactly. So that capacity building toolkit schools is, and then it breaks it down so that you're able to understand and also adapt to the categories. But also even the much younger learners, we know they cannot comprehend science, understanding benefits,
the different benefits that come along, the health benefits. They might not understand, the primary school learners. We are also developing games, board games that can allow them to learn. So we are building interventions that can enable the transition to start from schools and schools to be the champions of transitioning to cleaner cooking technologies. Thank you.
A rejoinder to what he has mentioned. I just thought it was important maybe to note that we are also piloting schools, and we have schools which are doing about 140, right? And so that is part now of the interventions that are being put in place. And we have the of all these head teachers and focal points in all these schools. Actually, most of these have been informed about what's happening here. Some are participating virtually in this kind of conversations. Yesterday, we were in Guru on, you know, that you. So, communication again for Eastern. We are doing the same for Central. We are doing it for Western. So everyone is going to be informed in the maybe one one, the gentleman was mentioning that, okay, for us in town, we have electricity. You first prioritize. I just thought I want to bring out that information. I want to tell you that a lot of, I just checked on the population of, just a rough estimate of Mbale, straight at about 400,000. Population about, but the people with electric houses is slightly lower. Here, just within the urban center. So even in the urban center here, if just walk a few meters, people are unable to have power in their houses, right? So these programs come as enablers of ensuring that we have electricity in these homes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think we can all come to a general consensus that there are quite a number of benefits. Now, when it comes to the point when later when the credits have been issued and now we're looking to sell them, that's where the different benefits of the program will become very important. Now, it is obvious that when we're doing the clean cooking, we're doing a lot of saving of forest cover, and we're doing a lot of reducing of the so-called greenhouse gases, the emissions reduction. Now, in this global sphere of impact of different human initiatives, we talk about the sustainable development goals. The ones that we are able to easily say we are achieving is that one SDG 13, climate action. I just want to reiterate, these slides are in the project documents. You can be able to access this as well. So climate action is simply saying, because of clean cooking in households, clean cooking in schools, we're able to do the emissions reduction. That one is very easy. But the people who are coming to buy these credits, they're asking, what more is this program doing for their community? The more we are doing for community, the more of these SDGs we're able to say, then when you're negotiating for the price of these credits, we can get better prices. For example, and we say that this business of selling the stoves, so the jobs in Mbale district in clean cooking rise from 0 to, let's say, 200 people are employed into the business of either manufacturing, repairing, or selling it. If the person says yes, then the person buying the credits knows I'm not just buying credits that are talking about reducing emissions, but I'm also ensuring there's sustainable financing available to ensure those jobs created can either grow or be sustained. Because we all know different geopolitical issues, companies are closing, jobs are being lost. But then we want the story for e-cooking in Uganda to be that there are X number of jobs that have been created already. We already see from the intervention done by the ministry, and you can see from the Fumba Hub, that people have been trained, skills have been transferred. already. Now, you as the companies, are you able to employ more people who can be able to sell more of these stores, the community stores, more houses transition? If the answer is yes, then that's the kind of story we want to be capturing. So we call those the Sustainable Development Goals. What else can be connected to the clean cooking story, the electric cooking story? The minister is saying that to enable clean cooking, there'll be free connection to houses that are not connected to the grid if you're between 3 and 95 meters. So as communities can be able to access clean energy, in this case, electricity. And that is one of the SDG goals or attributes or impacts that this project is going to be having. So far we have two. The first one is climate action, emissions reduction. The second one, we are saying all parts of the country in the fullness of time will be having access to affordable and clean energy. That is now SDG number 7. At the beginning, we talked about how the walls are black. And if the walls are black in the kitchen, your lungs are white, right? No, 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 they're also black. So by transitioning houses and institutions from use of this biomass cooking to electric cooking, we can also say that over time, we are promoting good health and well-being. Are you together? Now, I don't want to sound like those ambassadors of gender equity, but the reality is this, that we know that in different communities, there's been disparities in gender equality. So if a program is targeting a gender or a community or a marginalized community that previously were not part of the conversation, and now they're being brought into the conversation, that is a story that you can also start to talk about. I know of some of the improved biomass projects have been focusing on targeting youth under reform. You know what I mean by reform? They were doing bad things, now they are reformed. Now they're being empowered to make improved biomass stoves, women also being brought into it, and whatnot. So can we have a case whereby we are seeing either a particular gender or marginalized community benefiting more from this, and we're able to talk about that particular impact? We are talking about now schools to move away from looking at forests as a source of fuel for mills, but now we're looking at the case where schools are living along the existing forest cover, but they are now even taking care of, they're moving towards planting and growing of trees and focusing on using electricity for cooking and not trees. We can talk about improving life on land, that is a tree cover, and we've talked about the distant work and economic growth. Any SDG impact that you're able to verifiably attach to this e-cooking project will have a very beneficial impact in the fullness of time, not only for the community, but also when you're coming to sell these credits. Now, it's not enough to simply say we are doing all these things. Remember, I talked about something being verifiable. So we are saying this thing has been able to improve number of jobs. How many jobs were created? What is the proof? We're talking about now homes in Mbale district more have been connected to the electricity. How many of those have actually been connected to the electricity so they can access the cooking? All that data will be required when now things are being audited and being verified as part of this program. Are you together? Because it can happen in Mbale, but if it cannot be documented, if it cannot be verifiable, as far as people auditing are saying, most likely it never happen. These are just things being cooked. And you have to make sure everything can be verified. How many houses are connected to the electricity? How many schools were getting three-phase connection so as they can cool the electricity? That data will be collected and monitored and presented for verification. To the schools, you're saying that the fewer people are claiming sick leave. Good. What was the number of sick leave days in a typical school calendar year before the transition and now that of a transition? Are those sick leave days reducing because of better health conditions within the kitchens? Those stories will be documenting as part of this conversation. Are you together? And there could be a lot more others, but the point here is that any benefit we must document. I think there's one person from the audience was saying that the government is doing a lot of things that maybe even the communities are not either aware of or whatnot. So this is where we'll be leveraging a lot of data collection and a lot of awareness creation to the local radio stations, as we had mentioned earlier. Before I pause for questions, another very important thing that we must also make sure we are doing is safeguarding principles. Yeah. Now, I want to be very clear here in terms of when it comes to carbon projects, it's not just about helping the environment at the expense of human life and decency. No. The last thing we want to hear is that we mobilized 20 people in Mbale, took them to a factory to work on EPCs, the name of clean cooking. Last I want to hear is we deforested 1,000 hectares of banana cover in Mbale to put a factory for cooking. No, that's not the story we want to get. Yeah? We must make sure that there is no net harm on the people and the community as you're doing the clean cooking transitions. I have to be very, very clear. In the morning, I said we are not going to reduce the number of meals you're preparing in schools so as we can have less emissions. No, we'll be cooking the way we are cooking, using different fuels, and we shall find ways to sustainably manufacture these stoves. The last thing you want is, again, that in 10 years' time, Uganda is facing a problem on chronic customization because of stoves that reach the lifespan or are now being discarded. No, that's not the story we want. Things being done must be done sustainably. So, principles one is on the aspect of human rights, force people to do what we are asking. That's why I said it's not necessarily a must, but if you want this credit, well, you have to do certain things. We are not going to force specific communities to do these interventions in the name of clean cooking. No. We are empowering the genders and we're doing it in a very equitable manner without any force or coercion. We are not going to force communities to stop using firewood in the name of clean cooking. No. We're going to go to the communities, show them how it is possible sustainably. And to those who want, we shall help them in the transition. We're not going to force anyone. Right, together, we're not going to force anyone. We're going to be convincing the communities. We have to respect communities. The communities will be obeying some transition in their own speed. True? We are not forcing anyone again. I think those who are all transition will transition and we'll support them. Those who need more time, we will give them time. Right, together. In as much as we want to achieve clean cooking in the shortest space of time, but we can't rush some processes. Right, together, we can't rush some processes. So we're looking at dealing with indigenous communities. We must make sure we do it in a sustainable manner. There's even mention of persons who have been placed in refugee settlements. Just so you know, they are development partners of the ministry in supporting clean cooking, even within the refugee communities. So long as within the boundaries of the Republic, you are part of the program. No one is being excluded. Persons with special abilities are not being excluded. Schools of special needs are not being excluded. Everyone is part of the conversation. We're not pushing anyone. We are creating an enabling environment for the transition. So as those who can transition, we transition. The others will join us in the fullness of time. We cannot. And the last is on the case of corruption. If guys you're important things, it is okay. Make sure you are there. Make sure you are there and get its dues. The last thing we want is 1 million stores were sustainably imported and sold in the country, but then you arrested accounts didn't balance. So the 3 companies and others, make sure as you're doing a business, you do just follow the regulations as per the norm. Are we together? There can be no shortcut to cooking transition. Don't take a shortcut in the name of cooking. Don't say, I'm here to supply to 20,000 households. So ask for exemptions the right way. Yeah? In homestay, usikuja na kifua. Don't come with a big chest to test. I'm helping the government transition. So no. Do everything as per the regulation Ours is to make sure there's a positive economic impact without any negative net harm to the community. And the last is on the principles of environment, ecology, and land use. I want to stress that again, for the three companies and others, let's not deforest in the name of setting up a workshop or our factory. No. Yeah, let's think through and how we are scaling our business. Let's think through on how we are able to provide these opportunities to the ecosystem. Before I close today's morning session, before we break for lunch on carbon rights and benefit sharing, any question or addition on safeguarding principles, making sure I do things right? That point is very clear, right? Yes. And again, to the companies who will be joining, I'll be very keen again that the ministry is working very close to the Bureau of Standards to make sure if you're looking at an EPC, you're looking at induction stove, about digester, etc., there are minimum standards that have been set for what the ministry will be saying that this is something that we are okay as going to the ecosystem. No substandard goods. Yeah, let's say we'll have those specific technical conversations for those part of the program, but the community can be assured that a company that's part of this clean cooking agenda and they're selling you specific stoves, those stoves will have those minimum standards. And that's what the ministry is saying. We want to play a bigger role in coordinating these transitions. Questions, comments? Yes.
Problem. Thank you so much for the elaborate discussion. My simple comment is to the government, Madam Commissioner. At this stage, and given the environmental challenges we are developing or we are going into due to challenges of forest cover degradation, I would say the government sets up flexible regulatory frameworks or regulatory policies in order to trade into the market with those who are producing this. Because there are some places in the world where this started far back, 40 years ago. But in Uganda, it's a new phenomenon which needs to solve by policy. So the policy framework should not be prohibitive of entry, given that we are mitigating a challenge that is escalating on a daily basis. I thank you.
Thank you.
My comment is as you come here, you're training us. It's okay. Some people here might have already embraced the clean energy cooking, and others are going to embrace. But still, there are questions which run in us, the native Ugandans. Someone will still tell you the food cooked in that pressure cooker is not good. It doesn't taste good. They are quiet, but some of them, they hear these questions run in their brains. The mother actually said the assistant managers will go and cook, but you'll still say, you'll maybe a pressure cooker to be warm. But that food is not what? Sweet. It even doesn't have the cow. They want to have that traditional flavor from the firewood cooked food. I had an experience. We used to prepare tea at a company. I was part of the team. And one of the gentlemen said, this tea prepared from this electric doesn't taste good. I was like, okay. So as you train us, there are these things that should always be at the back of the mind so that you help everyone to embrace the program.
Thank you so much for that. And I want to hear from the three companies, because even in Gulu, there are two questions. One, is there a loss in nutritional value in cooking foods with the EPC? And the other one was the issue of the test. Yeah, the issue of the test. Is the test ever the same? We'll know for ourselves. But maybe you could tell us for the three companies, how have you been responding to those issues of nutritional value and including tests as well individually? I'll come to the three companies. Yes.
So thank you for the session. I just want to speak as a local village man, because what I'm seeing, has been happening in developed countries and cities. I'm a user of e-cooking, but what the madam has just spoken, maybe holding a congregation now like we are here for the meeting, I may not be able to serve according to the use of the e-cooking. Because these machines or appliances, when you are preparing posho, it means you have to first prepare posho. Me as a low income earner, I'll buy one. But I prepare posho, I put there, it will dry, I put beans, I cook. But with my grandmother or my mother who is in the village there, has a 3-stone stove. Here she's preparing malewa. Here she's preparing her maybe bananas with the posho, with the ensuju. But these ones cannot accommodate that. Now, why am I saying this? The company should go and revise. How should we have, or how should we which food be accommodated at the same time? Because maybe when I have a gas or a 4-seater, that one I can enjoy. But now this one is a seater. Now I need elaboration from the suppliers or the stars. Hopefully you understand this. Now like you who's coming from our side of Kiambu there, you need to make kidri, you need to make ugari. Here you want to make a goat meat, but you are using one thing. And you may not say that I'm going to buy many. So, that is wastage of resources. We need them to bring an idea that we can get one which can accommodate 4 foods or 5 foods. Thank you.
I think before you go, I want to understand more your question. Yes, we have understood it, but I want to understand it more. That old woman in the village, normally, which foods do they prepare? 2, how long does each food take? Let's begin from there.
Well, in the village, this old woman prepares bananas, also called mtoke. She prepares yam, kava, some flour on top, and some maybe 2. She may have dinner mushrooms. And maybe the other side she's having boiled beef. Yes.
How long does it take?
Well, in terms of time, you see the flavor got time. It's like when you're baking a cake. You cannot bake a cake for one day and you enjoy it more, it becomes sweet. No. If my wedding reception is on the 8th of May, it means my baking of the cake would have started already. Now the flavor goes with the time. Why am I objecting this? In time it may help, but in terms of flavor, it may not help me. Because I'm a user, I'm a user. But when I just prove it may this. Now you tell a facility that we have a conference there, you use the e-cooking. They are not going to accept because their food may not be good. We have gone to hotels where people have used this and we said that was here because of technology. Thank you. I request to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Now, because I'm a cook and I'm a mama server, like at the other time you're talking about, what was your question? How long does it take?
Yes. How long does it take his old grandmother to cook beans, peanuts, and banana?
Okay, thank you so much. We have cooking stones, but I'm looking at the combined saucepan. a combined saucepan where I have to put on and on and on. I shall have kamato cast, which is matoke. I put there pumpkin, then in 2 hours on the side, like it comes on top of the main pot. And then from there, that will be the main food. But still, the fire will be regulated using the firewood, okay? When it cooks, I shall smash it. After smashing, I can remove this other one, but make sure that the flavor is kept in the banana leaves as it steams, okay? It contains steaming, but at a little fire, regulated by removing some of the firewood. That food really tastes good, and the smell, the scent is so good. Then I come aside on my cooking stones. I shall have my kamalewa. One can take like an hour or two. When my visitors are coming at for example, 2, I can begin cooking at 11. And that food is first of all very soft and smelly and with a good scent. Yeah. Smells so good. And then from here, I shall also have my kamalewa on another cooking stone. I've made there 3 cooking, and also the other beef, which is just boiled. And also, I shall add on that we also have cooking pots. We decided that we suggested that how we wish we could modernize those ones, and then that cooking pot comes with a very well pasted meat or fish. It will be much more taste or than compared to ours. Well, it is time wasting, but this one saves time. But the taste is different. They will agree with me. Thank you so much. Is it so?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Me, what I see with these clean cooking units, for them, they are good with fast food. And they're always good like at universities, because now that means I'll have to put everything in. If I'm cooking beans, if like I'm going to cook beans, I'll first put beans. When they're ready, I just put matoke, everything there, even in tula like that, and I'll eat at once. And therefore, of which then with us who are elderly, it will not taste, no, there will not be, it will not be there. But anyway, they are time management. Me, that's what I like from them. With time management, they're okay. But if you go to the value of food, they are just sharp things, and then you have it, and that is end of the story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My comment goes to the commissioner. All the innovations are good. I have a fear. Actually, we have seen our government. We have been trying to come up with good policies, those frameworks, but all of a sudden they end up in two shelves. So let me hope this time, Commissioner, this will work, because we don't want to put a lot of our energy, wasting a lot of time here, up there, everything stops there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I am one of the EPC users. I also thought like that you cannot cook 2 things in the EPC, but it is possible. I've done it. I put my bikolokoma down. I put my indagala. I put my matoke. Then on top, I can put my nsuju, and I've cooked it. And then after mashing the matoke, I put the EPC in the mode of warming, that warming mode, and it will stay there for the next 2 hours, and I'll eat it later.
Thank you so much. My name is Ali Abed Tamim, and I'm from the business sector. I'm so happy to be here with you. Mine, I'm
from the side of the business. I am a profit-oriented person, and I'm looking at the companies that have come to educate us more about these gadgets. We are looking at how efficient they are. And I wanted to know on the side of business, we find them on our shelves, and if there's a case of us accessing them, where is that possibility? Because when I heard about you mentioning about the issue of URA, it clearly signifies that they are also in business because they pay taxes. So we who are in business, we know that there's yes element of paying taxes, but with the element of paying taxes, there's profit. Since these gadgets are being subsidized by government, like for instance, now we have the one which is running of Hisense fridge that's energy grow. A price of a fridge that was around 1.2, like 400 liters, it has come to something like 580,000. I want to know if we are going to business with the ones who are actually these companies which are giving out these gadgets. Is there a possibility for us to do business with them? Thank you.
Handle them, then I will not.
Thank you very much for the questions. I just want to start with the comments. Okay, I hope this is clear. I just want to allay your concerns. This is token, yeah. It is policy to action. No longer very good policies. We have a very good reputation of being yes, this is much better. We have a good reputation of drafting the most perfect policies. Now we are escalating our reputation to be our best implementers. This is just the first of very many meetings that you're going to have with us. We've seen the opportunity that carbon revenue has in growing clean cooking access. The two actually, they seem to be peas in a pod. You can't have accelerated clean cooking access without carbon financing. That's why we want to make sure that we have an enabling environment and we have each and every player benefiting from carbon financing to accelerate the business and to also benefit and to break those barriers to access for the users. So trust me, you will see us, and this clean cooking unit is here to stay, and it's here to prove its worth. So we are not going anywhere. We are also closely working with the districts and the cities and a number of interventions that we shall be implementing. So you'll be seeing us even through the districts and the cities, not just coming from the center. Yeah. Given that we have the companies here, I just want to leave the questions regarding the appliance, how the appliance operates and all those things. I want them to answer and also, disprove or break those, perceptions. But it's really, we realize it's a perception thing because when we cook, that's why we do demonstrations. And that's why we even move with our leaders, the traditional leaders. We cook. We come and actually cook your food. We don't come with our food from Kampala. We don't come with food from northern Uganda. We find context-specific food and we cook. And then we conduct surveys to get feedback from the public. What we've realized, even sometimes we've cooked without them knowing the source, what the fuel that is cooking it. Then we've asked them, and they have thought that it has been cooked with charcoal. That is how similar the food is, and breaking all those barriers. So that's why the awareness creation is very, very important, and we should try to do it. You cannot have these interventions without awareness creation because you're dealing with traditions of cultural, imprints And how is it really, aligned with cultural practices? For example, when a woman is being prepared to become a bride, to become a wife, your parents, her mothers will teach her how to cook food for her husband. With what? With charcoal, with firewood. This is how you prepare food. So as she goes into her home, she knows in order to make food for my husband, I have to cook it in this certain way with this fuel. Those are the barriers that we are now breaking. And you see it, generations of education being passed down from one community, from one house, from one generation to another. It's not something that will happen overnight. It's going to be a continuous process, and we shall use all avenues to make sure that we break, starting from schools. We shall get those young students to the university, break those barriers, and do continuous education. Yeah. Then the other thing was the question about, yeah, I'll leave those questions for the companies. I don't want to, given that they are here, they should be able to explain to. But regarding the subsidies, the assumption is you're operating in Uganda, you have to pay taxes. You're generating a profit, and therefore even our subsidies are tax inclusive. To have any exemption from the government, otherwise we expect you to pay taxes. And indeed it shows that this is a profit-making enterprise. So we would expect you to pay your taxes. I hope I'm very clear about that. And of these appliances on the shelves in supermarkets, because we're seeing a number of promotion. The process of promotion is mostly door to door, but we want to see when I walk into a supermarket, yeah, can we have these products on shelves that people buy them? Those are the kind of approaches. Maybe as a marketing strategy, can your companies then work with the supermarkets to help you implement a subsidy? The way you have agents, you can also adopt the supermarket as your agents and give them a small commission, capture this information for you, put it on your dashboard and have it submitted to trick the city. We also have Jumia, another online selling platforms. That's also another way you can market, because me, when I am going to buy an appliance, I either go to the supermarket or I go to an appliance shop. When I enter there, am I going to find these appliances that government has subsidized? Yeah, that is a very good opportunity for you. Yeah, but in terms of flexible regulatory policies, it's because of that actually we got a legal and regulatory framework for carbon financing. So we have law, we have regulations, we're now implementing regulations. We have a clear process. Apply to for a letter objection, you have to go and get a letter of recommendation from the ministry or a sector under which you're implementing this intervention. They are take to design a carbon program. I think even an environmental impact assessment is needed. The stakeholder consultation processes have to be clearly documented. So I remind you, colleagues, I note that none of you has written on this form, and it is required. The law advantage of it, write this very good feedback that you've given to us, also write as much of it as you can. Then there's a process of approval, even the implementation, all those roles, and even the benefit sharing, all that is well outlined, so that this process and nobody is left behind. So I want to reassure you, again, in terms of policy to action that is being done. We are also working with the Ministry of Water and Environment in a number of Water and Environment is the one that approved this carbon number of capacity building initiatives to benchmark and what other countries are doing so that we can fast track processes. Yeah, I just wanted to share that information for now, and I hope I haven't left. And maybe just to note, in terms of modernizing the appliances, we have a number of, there's a lot of research that is ongoing actually. Right now, we have what we call the Uganda cookbook. If you go to the internet, just search e-cookbook Uganda. It is going to show you how to use the electric pressure cooker for everything. Do you know you can bake cake with this electric pressure cooker? You can do, apart from, like I mentioned, apart from chapati, you can literally cook. We say it's about 80% of our local meals in Uganda can be made with an electric pressure cooker. And it even shows, if you go to that e-cookbook, it shows the process of how to use those appliances. And it even gives you a comparison because we've done assessments on the amount of electricity that you use versus if you are using charcoal and how much that amounts to in terms of money. All that information is there. So I urge you to go and into the e-cookbook. Lastly, we have we're doing a lot of research on multiple cooking at the same time, because you realize in Uganda, like you said, the three-stone fire is boiling the water for mingling. This other one is finishing to cook the chicken. So similarly, even you find the gas cookers, they have 4 pots, 4 chambers. Even down there's an oven in some of them. So you can be using all of those simultaneously. When it comes to this appliance, there are ways that have been innovated, but also we are doing additional research on multiple cooking. And I think we have some funds through UNEP, CCAC. We have some research that is going to go on how we can design these multiple cooking pots and make them available to use for cooking. Thank you. But before that, could the companies, I want you to share with us, there are some questions they ask. Things like, it cooks fast food. I know there's an answer for that. It can only cook 1 meal at a time. I know there's an answer for that. So please, over to you, companies.
We participants, can we get it at a lower price so that we can also go back with them?
Thank you. The answer is yes. The market price of these appliances is between 250 and 300,000, right? Is that so?
Yes.
Right now, there is an ongoing subsidy by a government, and government by 50%, while you, the end user, you get 50%.
I know.
So
oh wow! Now the market value now is 150.
Yes.
Now like I expect like 100,000. Yeah.
The market value is not 150,000. That is the government subsidized price. However, on a case-by-case basis, depending on how you talk to your supplier, your suppliers, I'm sure you can have an agreement somewhere. So I leave it to you.
With companies, they are better positioned also to, I think you already had a potential customer. Yeah. Thank you very much. The concerns just reminded me of my grandmother. When she was sick, she had headache. But before that, she used to take aspirin. And then my dad had given her Panadol. She said, I still have headache. I said, but in the Panadol, there is the aspirin as well. She said, no, I am used to what? To aspirin. Until my father brought aspirin, my grandma was still sick. And the realistic is the same that equally dealing here. It's more gradually that will improve and until we get there. Because in the Panadol, in the setup, there was actually that you want to get a hold of what? They will ask in the house. So anyway, for EcoPort, we have this supplier. Yeah, as our electric pressure cooker, but in the steamer. So the event that now to answer the multiple cooking and stuff like that. In the event that you want to do your okay, actually my aunt, she said to put her go on all those other things that I know how to pronounce or may not know, but yeah, you'll have this option, this part of the APC that you'll put at the base, just like that. And then you have your matoke already peeled or that and into that banana leaves. We appreciate the fact that banana leaves have a high value, and therefore on this cooker there is that bit of mud to allow your food last a little bit
longer on the slow mode kind of option, which is allowing the potassium in the leaves to infuse, with what cooking that you want to feel. But just in case of maybe Nula, somebody who you then on top of that, so an avalanche percentage kind of in one hot, but doing all those other functions that you want to have as a household. Yeah. You can value. If you that you work with or at least my and my way doing it, and of the nutrients we have in the food we eat stable. They are stable, they will be lost actually along the when you traditional more water. Those that are significantly no loss of water when you use supply. Why? Because there is less and less that is emitted out. So that means that for most of the water soluble nutrients, what will actually be retained at a percentage of about 90 and to run for about my aunt they say around 2 and assuming it's and then we know that brains are sensitive to what temperature and time. That certainly means that they will have some quality in their system, but the nutrients could be what would have been lost at the end of the day. So that's why when we say that we are having a being separated level you have within your content, therefore. But the thing for my grandmother is the of the pressure. So level still be and better. Why? Put there that you require to use as soup. So even when you're preparing these things and you put more of it, remembering that the pressure cooker is not open to evaporation, therefore you're containing everything in there. Some of these seeds, let's say beans and all this, have some component which by subjecting to the pressure, it breaks down and therefore gives you more nutrients than it would have if it was the other side. The other concern was basically an issue of how can we make a business sense? Again, Madam Commissioner had hinted on that as Ecotech, we are operating with agents. And therefore, between our discussion between the agent and us is not a function of Minister of Energy or you people see. That's our own what? Discussion. So whoever is into the business sense, we talk one-on-one in terms of business, and then we say this is what will make sense for each one of us. As we speak right now, there are different companies that are coming into this, and we occupy the space. But we will certainly look at embracing what the commissioner said, in terms of increasing the outlay by making these appliances available in supermarkets and maybe Jumia and stuff like that. I think largely Yeah, that's it. But you just rest assured, your nutrients will not be lost. If you want your food to simmer a little bit, this appliance has that slow mode where you have it is in slow mode, taking less and less energy, and therefore be able to.
Thank you very much. I think we clap hands for him. He's technical about what he's telling us, and I think we're able to answer most of these questions. I think now the potential customer from you after running all this. I think briefly I want to recognize the CISO. I think now that it is a district, the security officer. Thank you so much for joining us at this moment. I think as we go along, we shall give you an opportunity to say hello to us. Okay, so I think you will.
Thank you. So I'll want to ask that you give me about 22 more minutes. We break lunch at 1:30. We cover this last very important session, then we break into lunch, where we can have more discussions on rights and benefit sharing. And then when we come back, we just have one small session that will just require half an hour. The idea is we end these proceedings by around 3 the latest. Is that okay? Okay. So now we have talked a lot about the carbon rights. How does the benefits come to the different people? So I want to take a moment to try and present to you the scenario that happens from the carbon project developers and what should be the case. Now, the first thing is that benefit sharing mechanism within carbon projects have been established within the climate change mechanism 2025. Specifically, if you can go to regulation or section 18, there's mention of the benefit sharing plan. Specifically, developers will be required to submit the benefit sharing plan to the Ministry of Energy and Environment, who are acting as the designated national authority, or rather the agency responsible for overseeing such carbon projects. What does it mean? That if such a person trying to do the project submit such a plan that is not cognizant of the role of the community, then such plan might not be admissible. So that thing is there. The regulation is there, and all companies trying to do carbon projects will be required to be in full adherence. But what's more important is the need to ensure, I appreciate one meeting, please, back there. They need to make sure that we have a very clear understanding of the cost implications of doing a carbon project, so as to see from a project development perspective, what are some of those costs that these manufacturers, these companies are likely to incur. So as you, as the end user, when you're expecting certain sort of benefits to come to you, it is very clear that there's a bit of balancing between the cost of doing a project, the cost of operating a project, and now the subsequent benefits. So it's very important we have this presented. And as we are thinking about benefit sharing, we need to also remind ourselves about the target from the Ministry of the Energy and Development in terms of the clean cooking targets for the NDP4. And one is to make sure that the use of biomass within communities is going to be significantly reducing from 700% to 50% for cooking, that is. And more importantly, when it comes to provision of clean cooking energy for households, it's going to be increasing from 25 to 50%. And then lastly, the average consumption of electricity per household, we also need to nearly double. But for all these initiatives to come to fruition, so it's just not a policy by design or policy by paper, there has to be cash injection. That cash will be coming from income, carbon finance, and of course other ecosystems. So where does the money generated in a carbon project usually go to? Now, many developers often put in the money from carbon finance into subsidizing the price of these devices. Yeah, and I think some of them are here. You have been hearing their stories. So depending on how expensive it is, they're able to subsidize. I know some of them, they subsidize it even at the manufacturing level by being able to reduce some of the economies of scale. But the reality is, the subsidies they're doing is because that even they themselves are still small in the grand scheme of things. So, for example, if each company is looking to deploy 1,000 stoves, and let's say each of these companies is importing from another manufacturer, whatever price they're getting from manufacturer is not as competitive as if these three companies will have been importing 1 million stoves. That's the reality. Yeah, that's why this program is really keen on aggregating players who are doing well, but they could do a lot more if they aggregated. So even now, when we are getting a better price at the manufacturing level, and you're talking about device subsidy from carbon finance, more benefits can come to the end user. We're not saying things to be given for free, but things should be very, very affordable for the different demographics, socioeconomic houses and status within the country. There are those who have talked about a pay-go model. Now, if you really think about it, who is the biggest beneficiary of a pay-go model? The household or the company or both? Both? Yeah, these are household speaking. You see, you are getting the device, the full device at a fraction of the price, and you'll use and you pay bit by bit, yeah? But you have the full device. But what you don't know is that developer has to sell other devices like to you, to other people, but not get the full price. So over time, they're just selling things partial amount by the thousands. Their cash flow, the amount of money they have to keep on running their business keeps on going down. And if they're not careful, they'll go down completely. Are you understanding me? So how does then these companies make sure they can keep on doing pay-go to thousands and thousands of households? If it's phones, I know most phones are given this M-Copper, yeah? I know there are phones and so forth. So how can such companies using pay-go model for cooking ensure they don't go bankrupt by providing such devices at partial price to thousands and people, okay? So carbon finance can help them to cover the gap for their pay-go models. We spoke of projects we are looking at providing umeme talk, because there are some houses will say it's still expensive to cook for whatever reason. So maybe when you cook with electricity for a month throughout, generate a certain amount of carbon credits. The developer can say X% of that will be given back to you, not as money, but as umeme tokens to allow you to keep on cooking. There are some of the ways in which different companies are looking as ways to support scaling electric cooking and other initiatives. And of course, remember I talked about the need to monitor. Remember, for me to monitor this household using one of these appliances, I must put a SIM card. It must have bundles. Is it free? Have you had ministers saying you are giving SIM cards free and bundles free? No. That is now, imagine doing that for one device, doing that for 1,000 devices. There's a cost implication. So some of the costs that even these companies will be incurring, and we have to find ways within which we can offset some of those costs. So those are some of the ways within which companies are using to leverage this so-called carbon finance to ensure this benefit comes to the houses. And to be clear, why isn't the benefit coming to the household directly? Because yes, you bought the device, yeah, not disputed. But do you buy the intellectual property for designing the device? Doesn't yours? It belongs to whoever manufactured. But because the manufacturer and the distributor wants to make sure you keep on using this so you can get carbon credits and the share, they find ways to incentivize you. So we're not saying all the risks are going to the manufacturer. They'll go to different people, depending on their framework. Right together, because you have to pay for the import, you have to pay for the sales distribution people, and you have to incentivize the household. So there's this cake that will have to be split by so many people. I can't give you the exact numbers because it will be done on a case by case basis. That's why I said in the beginning, what you're covering is the technical conversation, but for the different companies that will be coming on board, there'll be legal, commercial conversations on how that cake ensure everyone takes a fair amount to make sure we can have sustainable or affordable devices within the communities. And the energy for cooking is equally affordable and sustainable. The last thing we want is we have this very nice project, but it's not sustainable. We need to do this project for the entirety of the device lifespan. And you agree on that? So us, we don't have a case whereby we're doing something for one lapses. Sustainability is important. That's why a lot of things will come down to numbers. Numbers must be done. Now, the next slide, they'll show out of numbers, not to confuse you, but just to give you some picture. I know you've been thinking, so how many credits can one stove generate, one household generate credits for institutional and whatnot? Again, I want to reiterate, it's a single household, a single school, you'll generate, but it's not necessarily much. You have to. We played around with some stoves of different parameters. And I want to say this. I'm willing to bet that if I'm to give each one of these to cook 1 month for each one of them, the same amount of food, the same duration, etc., the being generated will be different across these 3 stoves. I don't know them, but I know one of the key differences will be in their efficiency. I don't know the efficiency of these 3 stoves. Maybe they can tell us, but I'm sure the efficiency of the EcoPot, Tefal, and Parap are different, even if it's different by 2%. Because if you remember our story from the beginning, you started by cooking with firewood, now you're transitioning to a different fuel, a different device. The more efficient a device is, it means it's using less energy to cook the same amount of food. And therefore, its emissions will be less. And therefore, the difference of the before and the after will be more. Are you together? The only problem is, for it to be very, very super efficient, it requires more resources to engineer. Okay, I'm not trying to defend anyone. If you're expensive, if you're cheaper, that's not a concern. But the reality is efficiency. And not just these 3 stoves. Any stove, you take the same house, different stores, same house, you'll have different carbon credits because of just things like efficiency and whatnot. The capacity, I see one is labeled 6. Capacity store differs. Yeah, one can cook more, one can cook slightly less. Different functionality, different buttons, warm, cool, etc., etc. What is my point? Before you start taking a number and asking Bidasasa, why are you saying you're getting less credits and we saw it was more credits? Before you crucify them, understand credits generated depends on household size, what are you displacing, and what is the efficiency. So just because I said as maybe 2 credits per annum, and then somebody tells you our stores generate 1 credit, don't think they're stealing 1. Yeah, they're different factors, and that's why the specific formulas we use to do those calculations. Are you together? So keep that in mind. The device efficiency is important. What are you displacing? I mean, if this stove goes to a house that was using firewood, there were 2 people, and another stove goes to a house of 6 people that are using firewood, is the displacement of the gases the same? No. So obviously, the one that goes to that are 6 people using firewood expect more credits because there's more displacement than where there are only 2. So before you judge the house, the developers, please understand the different scenarios. That's why I don't expect all the households from Mbale district to have the same credits even if I give them one specific pot. No. But I see it, I know that data was cooked. I know that data was cooked because different households, different sizes, different levels of displacement. That is the reality. And that's why we have to make sure we meter these devices so we can get very accurate data. The same thing with the schools. These numbers were based on a school of about 300 learners. So if your school has 1,000 learners and you see these numbers, don't freak out. No. We are looking at what are we displacing. So of course, if a school has got 1,000 learners, I'll expect if I give them a 1,000 liter electric cooker, to have got more credits than a school that has only 200 learners for preparing meals, right? Because again, the amount of food being prepared, fuel being used in the previous scenario is different. So don't take one number for a factor. That's why we do baseline studies. I think some of the schools, you saw people coming to do some numbers. We do baseline study, and then when we give you the kitchen, we calculate how much again is being used. So it's usually on a case based, and that's why metering these devices, household level or institutional level, is very, very important. But the point is that there are going to be these benefits, call them carbon credits, and it's responsibility to make sure that everybody is part of that story beneficially. Okay? But before you ask for more, understand what are the costs in doing a project. Are we together? I want to stop there for now. The only remaining session is on how do we finalize on the methodology after lunch, but I want to stop there for now. Maybe 1 or 2 questions. Anything else, you can pick it after lunch. 1 or 2 questions only, because I know we are into lunch. There's a question back there. And that's to break at exactly 1:30.
I don't have a question. I don't have a question, but it's an observation in market. There are quite a number of places here in Mbale City. You go to a basement and you find very old, outdated devices imported as scrap from somewhere and in the market. Sometimes there are demos on the street. Guys, we can bear me witness, right? And that's how important a regulatory framework should suffice for this. Because what if, because of the urgency, or sometimes excitement of having all your stuff bundled in one pot, as you prepare, it poses a health hazard or a health risk. No one is asking those questions, but these gadgets are in the market. Go to Bilal, go to basement at Abra, and so many places, even on the streets around the market. So it is very necessary that the regulatory framework takes into consideration some of those existing maybe illegal or illicit markets that could cause a health hazard to the consumers of these products. Thank you.
Legal and regulatory framework. We now have a legal framework that is under the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill. This bill was passed by Parliament less than a month ago, about 3 weeks back, and now we await its assenting to by the President so that we can proceed to operationalize regulations. But one of the salient features of this act states that the ministry will become a regulator of energy efficiency and conservation in the country. So we are going to develop regulations that stipulate the minimum energy performance standards. So this is what I mean. If you're using, if we set the threshold and state that for charcoal, we will not have the minimum energy performance for a charcoal cook stove will be 24%. We will not expect any charcoal stove to fall below that threshold. Similarly, we are going to develop under the energy efficiency bill, it gives us the mandate to develop labeling criteria to actually develop energy labels. And in these energy labels, we shall be communicating to you, the consumer, to make an informed decision to this appliance based on its performance in terms of the energy saving and all those other aspects. Under that, so under this law, we are working very closely with UNBS to simply be adding to UNBS's workforce to co-implement the energy technologies and the energy efficiency. We have had such a relationship with UNBS in the petroleum sector. So the licensing and the enforcement is done between the ministry and UNBS. Similarly, we'll be using this approach. We shall onboard certification and inspection officers and do actual inspections. And we shall have punitive measures appliances that do not fit within our minimum performance requirement. So how are we enforcing that today? For you to participate in a study program of government, you have to conform to our performance requirements, which have been borne by the national standards. So we have national standards that we've developed. Under those national standards, a majority of them, for instance, we developed standards for cook stoves, started by making them voluntary. Why? We wanted to leave the market evolve. Didn't want to, overshock the market at infancy. But now the market is growing. We are having a number of interventions, and upon interventions also even provide, a sense of maturity in the market. We will be enforcing that, even in our results-based performance and our subsidies. We require that the appliance has to meet a minimum performance. If it doesn't, we will not give you, you will not participate in the program. We shall communicate to you and tell you, hey, first go back and improve the quality and come back and talk to us. But under this legal framework, enforcement of these standards will become mandatory. And if they're mandatory, we shall seize what is substandard and destroy it to ensure that we protect the safety of the consumers first. Maybe just to conclude, I don't want to delay our lunch. What's very important is when we start using all the time. No, we are going to do a lot of capacity building with consumers, with suppliers. We're even going to give them a grace period and state that on such and such a date, we shall start to enforce standards and our labels. But for that, we are going to continuous capacity building. We're also establishing testing facilities so that suppliers or technology developers can go and improve their products in order to conform to our standards. Within the whole ecosystem, a lot of background work that is happening to ensure that the quality well aligned in terms of safety, efficiency, and emissions. Yeah, thank you.
On addition to his week, I was moving near the market. I found suppliers. I don't know whether they are part of us, and they were telling me that if I get 130 plus my national ID, I pick one. And here I'm hearing 150. So which one is which? Are those fake suppliers or they are also part of us here?
Without meeting a minimum, performance. So the mere meeting a minimum performance that is acceptable by government. Secondly, the subsidy is 50%. So if the market price of your product was 260,000, then half of it becomes 130. Also, I'm sure companies run promotions once in a while, and also to compete. You might want to compete, since other people are selling at 150, with your economies, the way it works for you, you're targeting numbers within a short period of time, you offer it at that amount. And what we are seeing is that as we have more products, more suppliers participating in the market, we're going to see a lot of stiff competition from the private sector that might bring these prices lower. But that's not to say that wait for the prices to go low. No, please. Because today you're still wasting a lot of money on charcoal. Buy the appliance now and with better performance, with also more innovation. I'm sure these companies, you will attest and tell us that this is probably prototype number 6 that you've developed. With the feedback you're getting from the public, you're innovating and you're improving your product to make it more affordable, more efficient, and to be more responsive to the needs of your customers. With that, what we've seen is when these companies sell bigger numbers, they're able to sell at lower prices. Yeah.
The regulation, until the regulation is done, until the bill is ascended to become an act of parliament, then we don't have any remedy for these dilapidated devices which are already on the market because there is no law that they're offending? Yes.
Even now that see how we can get these people, first of all, train them. Yeah. Sometimes it's lack of knowledge. These people are not in these rooms when we're having these discussions. Sometimes they don't even know the opportunities that they can get from government. So we are going to go see and then educate them and also warn them. Then with time, we shall even collaborate with NEMA, because anything that has a negative health impact, we already have regulatory institutions that can stop that. Negative environmental impact, we have institutions that can also stop that. So with those two aspects, we have a very good solid ground to stop the work. However, what we've seen is we don't want to see, these are livelihood generating interventions. So we want to hold you by the hand and build your capacity, give you time and train you and show you other opportunities or show you how to do it better so that you're able to comply with our requirements. So we shall thank you for that feedback that you've given to us. We shall be keenly following it up. And since I'm the one holding the mic, I'm going to request that somebody prays for our lunch. Otherwise, this discussion might go up to 2 p.m. and we may end.
Part of us, she has done with us. Yeah. We just maybe that cash money. We were talking about things of money.
Members, allow me to write on the existing project so I can relate the music introductions. All the general system analysis. So members, I think it's time to welcome all of us.
People want photo. So,
Not sure that I'm going to drink. So, as the welcome university, that asked me to give you a maturity status. Yeah, definitely we are very steady. Very steady. Very secure. Nothing to alarm about. And make your time after this, you can still go ahead and do whatever things in that city. Yeah, but away from that, I want to thank the organizers. Thank you for bringing this very important program project to Mbale City and now with the people. Personally, I attended a similar to activity sometime last year, I think. And I was able to see, it's not as good as these offices now about this, Everyone has, it's very important having one on board. Everyone is satisfied to get to know about. Me, I'm called me unexposed woman, and I didn't know much about the people. Everyone does not buy me. I attended such a meeting. And now I'm in ambassador. I am just I was good. Today I told you what the discussions here and there about the gas boosting our health. This is our food. I almost want to talk, but sometimes we're not very fast with talking about computers when we are in a place where we compete. So we end up making that their side. But one thing I know is that always told us that your mother's food always just very nice and clean. And when you eat the food, you eat when that you lose the of bread. I've said people who are here and naturally, I don't say so. Eating that spoon, you move outside and stay there for many days and for longer times. I want to believe that we have abundance of this region where we steam, we do what, who are also in other countries, they get and they're there that's taking the food for those countries. I want to be
as we have noticed are coming up with new technologies, modernization is coming up, civilization.
Also the problem, but right now it's a very big problem. We came from now when you go deep down in the villages, you find even my mother has a gas cooker. It's common, it's no longer. Things are shifting, and we got to move with it. One thing I want to believe that the transition that it will take time. Shall move with it slowly. We shall change. Change is inevitable, but change will change because we cannot avoid it. We no longer have a lot of land for staying on us. It's affecting our environment, the climate changes, all those things, and with all these pressures around us, we have to preserve the environment. We have also to be there, and we have to survive. I want to appreciate the government for taking in the necessary strategies to make sure that people survive, that the alternatives. How can we cook? So our members, I want to applaud us for attending the meeting, for being here present, and as we get out there, we got to be flexible. We got to be flexible to learning new things as long as they're for good. Me, I'm always a candidate of learning. As long as something is good, I take it on. I will not get stuck on something that is outdated. We shall get on, we shall get along. The people we are raising, this may not work for our mothers, our grandparents. People are worried of their grandparents in the villages. It may not be for them. It may be for us. If you look at where the world is going, we no longer got a lot of time with us. Some of the traditional methods of cooking used to work then when mothers would sit home. But if you look at men, they don't have that time. This cooking system is very efficient, time saving. And with the trend, with the modernization that is going on, we need to cope up with everything. That's the way to go. We got no alternative. We have no choice. We go. Members, with my few remarks, allow me to hand over the microphone. And once again, enjoy your time in Mbale City.
Thank you so much. We need to give a more round of. These were for me. Okay, these ones are also for, they are mine. Let's now clap for the city internal security officer. Yeah, now those ones are for her, but the other ones, they are for me, wananchi. Let's now invite in the consultant to move forward.
Thank you. So we shall now be proceeding to finalize today's proceedings. You will recall I had mentioned earlier that we shall be monitoring a lot of these devices, and how we shall be monitoring them will be depending on the different methodologies we are going to be deploying. And one of the key things is that we have to ensure that we can continuously track the energy consumption that will be done by these appliances. We have been able to see electrical cookers. Any electric cooking appliance that will be part of the program, we shall be able to ensure that we adequately also manage its consumption. We'll be very keen to make sure that depending on who is the person deploying the stoves, we're also having a system whereby when we notice that someone is not cooking, we're able to alert the suppliers for them to find out what's happening in the house. Maybe there's a challenge, and we see how we can support. The whole idea is to make sure that when we transition a household, we remain within the areas of transition. So a lot of that will be the reliance on what you call a digital monitoring, reporting, verification tool that is able to see which stove has been deployed where and how it's doing its consumption. And of course, somewhere it can be shown that this particular serial number was purchased by so-and-so. But that information is not going to be made available to everyone. Only the people who are managing the project and they need to know who's who will be responsible. For the devices that we have in the PAYGO as well, they will be part of the monitoring plan to ensure that any support that can be given to households to make sure they can acquire and utilize the products. These are the systems you're talking about, making sure we're able to supply. It is very important also to remember that we had mentioned that this program is for the Republic of Uganda, yes, within the boundaries. So the systems that will be put in some of the appliances that will be part of the program will be able to know when a device is no longer within the boundaries, which then means that that climate mitigation activity is not being done in Uganda anymore. Are you together? So if somebody sells it to somebody across the border, then the idea is that device will not be part of the program. It must be within the physical boundaries of Uganda. But anyone who's in Uganda, if you're a local, you are a resident, whatever they're called, you'll still be allowed to be part of the program. I hope that one is very, very clear. So that's the monitoring plan. I don't know if there are any questions on the monitoring plan before I close with how do we look at acquiring more feedback and grievance redress mechanism, GRM. Any questions on monitoring? I know I have a couple of minutes left before I lose network. Yeah? Is that not so? So I'll try to also be very fast. Now, the program, as I mentioned, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development will be playing the key role of being the coordinating management entity. What simply this means is as follows. Allow me to go to the very first slide, the structure. What it means to be the coordinating management entity means the Ministry of Energy and Development will be sitting right up there. So if you'll be a company or group of companies you're coming in to support the ministry in the LPG transition, you'll simply be below them and they'll be making sure you're doing the LPG transitions as per policy. In our case, we're looking at the case of electric cooking. The ministry will be up there and you and the company or group of companies will be there. The ministry will make sure that the devices that you're deploying in the name of this program are as per the required standards that we have been talking about today to make sure that the community is only getting the devices that are applicable to the law and meeting the standards of the ministry. And so when you're hearing that so-and-so is part of the program, just be rest assured that the particular device is part of the ministry and therefore it has met the requisite standards, which then means as part of the grievance redress mechanism that we are now closing in the conversation, it means if you let's say, for example, EcoPort is part of the program, okay? And you've been raising issues to do with device maintenance, etc., and they appear to be non-responsive. So what the ministry's responsibility as the coordinating management entity is to play that extra role of making sure that players who are coming into the program follow the guidelines. And if they're not responding to some of the issues, the devices, they're able to hold the different companies to account. That's just the extra layer of safeguards being provided to make sure that all the suppliers and companies coming to support electric cooking will be responsive to the companies. And should that fail, the ministry will provide the necessary steps to how do we, as a ministry, hold to account the different companies. That way, no end user, no consumer can ever come and say, I didn't get my benefits, I didn't get my device repaired, etc. And that's why you can even see the ministry is keen to support technicians in terms of capacity building to make sure across the country the technicians able to sort any of these stoves and devices. So you are likely to be dealing with now the specific suppliers in particular, but when things fail, when they can't solve something that they should be able to solve, the programs that the ministry being the coordinating management entity, they're always there to make sure that everybody sticks to the plan as per the program. I hope you're together on that. So don't think that it will be like in the old days before where guys sell things, then they're not working, they just disappear and there are no consequences. No, there will be those consequences. That's why the ministry said it's key to play an active role in just coordinating more and better how are we doing cooking transitions within the country. And in this case, in the case of cooking, is to make sure only qualified the suppliers with the devices that meet the minimum standards are part of the program, and they come to the households. And that program, they have a beneficiary plan that will be well articulated to whatever houses and districts are being targeted. And in the event of challenges to addressing issues, it's always going to be there to provide that extra layer of accountability to these companies. Any question on that? As you can see, we're talking about those companies because there are some who are still being processed and there's opportunities there forever. Like I've mentioned, we have got 10 million households. I can only imagine how many households can go into electric cooking and how many companies are available. So the opportunity is still open. It's still open to any of these companies who are willing to be part of this transition. Question? Microphone there?
Well, thank you. I'm speaking about the grievances. I'm talking about maybe each district can have a desk which can handle the after sales grievances. You can accept my idea because we cannot move from now me who is coming from the border with Kenya, Kapchora. I move with my appliance or my device that I'm coming to Mbale city to be maintained or serviced. But if we have a desk there in Kapchora or Buko, I can be easily handled. And it will create more love for other people to buy the device.
Suggestion? Any other suggestion on how we can ensure that issues that are escalated the right way in the event that the vendors are not supportive? Not to say they will not be, but just in case. Yes.
Since somebody is saying anything, number one, for me, I would like us to get to a point where there is a law prohibiting those who bring things which look already dilapidated, take it into the market, regardless of the health risks. And I think National Bureau of Standards doesn't have the mandate, specific mandate to handle some of them and then find them flooding the market, even when you don't know their shelf space, or sometimes their depreciation rate or what risks they pose to the consumers. So I look forward to having that, reading about that law and delving into it so that we can save the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments and suggestions?
Thank you so much. I wanted to add on what Martin suggested, to have the central place where that desk should be placed. For example, here at the city, we can have maybe an officer there at the city council, as well at the district. That one can work it well.
Thank you so much. My name is Mbale. I'm the president of the State Development Forum. On the issue of grievance, I will add up to what my colleagues have mentioned. We already have the systems in place. We have a grievance redress committee in place, and we already have the framework, like David has been mentioning. The problem in Uganda is documentation, and then it goes into the bookshelves. But we have a number of frameworks for consumer protection. And I'm now mentioning to the CISO representing the head in the country. We just need to popularize some of the documentation for consumer protection, because we have a lot of fears. Like she mentioned, the CISO herself, she could bypass. Products are there, we now don't recognize the original and the counterfeit. Everyone is in interplay and the market is free. So the government should come in, specifically the ministry, to regulate, and within these government agencies, we should add up consumer protection to the commercial office to play its role, because they have a duty to protect us in terms of such products on the market. Thank you.
Appreciate the fact that you invited us to have this knowledge. We can't take it for granted, but still, like I said, I know you have put it down and noted that our schools need more of this knowledge, and for sure, the young ones can grasp it better to have a better tomorrow in saving the environment. So I know soon, like you answered me, we shall roll out. And if we are rolling out, according to my observation and response here, I'm saying that it would be better if you use the part of the participants to do it better. Thank you so much. Come again, we are ready to learn.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I would suggest probably involve the line ministry to lower the taxes they levy on such gadgets, just like they did on, you call them cameras. There's a way they reduce on the taxes, and the near every homestead accessed the camera for security. Probably if the taxes are lowered, accessibility and availability to the household would be much quicker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mine goes to the government, like since you're from the Ministry of Energy and Minerals and we have power in Uganda, at least they could lower the rates so that, and they even take that power where hard to reach, it can make out a good result. Because you can go to my place where I'm living now, we in the city, now just near here, Namuns, but some of my neighbors don't have power, and wherever we in the city. So if those people can also have power, we can go on, we can see where we are moving to. Thank you.
This is a 50-50 business as an entrepreneur. As for us, we are aiming at buying the EPCs. The government is aiming at selling power, because you cannot have the EPC without Yaka. Isn't it? Yes, that is 50-50 business.
Anyone else?
Still on grievances, I am wondering if the FCC, it's indicated that you take 20 minutes to boil the beans and it takes full hour. For that grievance, how is it handled? And then when it comes on power, it is over-consuming. I suspect, maybe I thought maybe the wattage on that using it, because it is electrical, I thought the wattage was maybe 350, but the consumption is high. How is that grievance handled? And then the other part of it is the safety. Sometimes those things, I've ever heard of someone telling me it exploded. So in that scenario, if it explodes and one of the suppliers here, how do we, is there a way of covering my losses in the house or something like that? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I can respond. I will try and respond from the bottom back to the top. And I also ask my colleagues to also come in and provide some responses as well. Regarding safety of the electric pressure cooker, this pressure cooker has been designed in a way that it will never open when it's under pressure. It will never open. Actually, it is the pressure that keeps it sealed. Once the pressure drops, then it starts to what? To loosen up. So when it's under high pressure, it will never open. That safety consideration has been taken into play to ensure that we avoid those other, that history that has been associated with pressure cooking in the past. Now, these older ones that use, which normally sit on charcoal stoves, normally have that problem. Another safety mechanism is when you touch this pressure cooker when it's cooking, touch the side. You can touch it. It will never be, you will never feel the heat, yeah, on the side. It will never go above room temperature. Somebody is not agreeing with me. I'll give them, oh, you're okay in agreement. Like the Indians, like this. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, so it has been well designed for that reason, because we want to reduce. When we are looking at clean cooking, we look at 4 parameters. Parameter number 1 is thermal efficiency or electrical efficiency. 2, we look at safety. Is the thing safe even when if it has even sharp edges and you're passing and the thing is grabbing your cloth? Our assumption is if a child passes accidentally, what happens when they touch it accidentally? What happens when your cloth passes around it? Will it get stuck and pull it accidentally? Is it firmly, is it standing firmly so that it doesn't tip over and pour? We take all those things developing and awarding the standard on the cooking appliance. We will not give this standard without you complying with those aspects. The third is the emissions, the indoor air emission. When you're cooking and the smoke comes out, we have a limit on the carbon monoxide, because carbon monoxide kills. And we also have a limit on that soot, that particulate matter, which is like char, like dust, like charcoal. So we take all those things into consideration, and I want you to be assured that when we award a standard, when you see a standard on the product, it means that it's the minimum safety, efficiency, and emissions requirements. Now, there was another question about the high consumption. And maybe just to, when you look at that appliance, it says 1,000 watts. So it means you will be using 1,000 watts in an hour to cook. Let us estimate how much is a unit of power is 1 kilowatt. So you need 1,000 to get 1,000 watts times 1 hour will give you 1 kilowatt hour. How much is a kilowatt hour? Today, let's use an average, because government has already put a subsidy on cooking with electricity. Right now, there's what we call a cooking tariff. So the domestic rate, the domestic price for cooking is about 752 shillings. However, government has introduced a tariff by if you use around 80 units of electricity, from unit 80 to unit 150, government will give you that power at about 413 shillings. So if we take an average, however, all factors constant, let us take an average of 1,000 shillings, including VAT. I wish I had a marker. I would have explained very quickly. I hope you can see me. So the appliance is using, so when you cook with it for 1 hour, it is 1,000 watts times 1 hour, giving you 1,000. So I want to be as conservative as possible and give it the highest price of 1,000 shillings, including VAT, and noting that this unit is not 1,000, it's lower than that. So let's assume it is 1,000 shillings. Who Bida Sasa, how many minutes does it take to cook beans?
I've cooked both. So for the hard, it's extremely hard. I have cooked for the longest was 50 minutes. That was the hardest that had been. Yeah.
So let's say, so our estimations show if you're using 1 watt, 1,000 watts for 15 minutes, over 15 watts in 1,000 should give us an indication of how many units you need to cook beans. Could someone calculate that for me? 500, 5,000 divided by 6. 833. And meanwhile, this is the highest amount because our cooking experiments have shown that you use around 300 shillings to cook beans. 300 shillings. Now let me ask, to those who say they buy charcoal, has any of you bought charcoal of 800 shillings? 1,000? Where do you buy charcoal of 1,000? Okay, this is Mbale. Let's be frank with each other. 1,000 shillings cook for you. Let's cook beans. Yeah. With my 1,000, I have cooked my beans and have remained the balance. And beans that are meanwhile the hardest. For matoke, this appliance is going to take maximum 15 minutes. My suppliers, can you agree with me there? No. How long does it cook matoke on the pressure cooker?
If it's just boiled, maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Imagine 5 to 10 minutes. Let's even be conservative and give it 20 minutes. This 20 minutes, I can still cook matoke and I'll cook beans with this 1 unit of electricity. So let's assume we are using 1,000 shillings every day to cook. 1,000 times 30 days is 30,000. Can you get So it means at the current price of today, the cost of electricity, cooking with electricity is cheaper than using charcoal. So I don't agree with the statement that government should reduce the cost of electricity for the purpose of making it cheaper to cook. Because if you're cooking with charcoal today at the current price, you go to the market, buy charcoal of 2,000. Let's assume a typical small household is using 2,000 shillings per day. 2,000 times 30 days is 60,000. It is still much cheaper than using this electricity at the current price. And remember, I've been very conservative by assuming that a unit of electricity is 1,000. But currently, we already have an incentive for the electric cooking tariff. That tariff, if you use a certain threshold of electricity, even the price of electricity goes much lower. So right now, as the price stands, when it comes to cooking, not other things, but when it comes to cooking with an efficient cooking device, the price of electricity is much lower than the current price of the fuel that you're using today. So when you switch from charcoal to electricity, you're already making a saving. So I don't agree when people say that for us to cook the electricity, government has to make the electricity cheaper, because currently, and by the way, let me brag, our electricity is probably the cheapest within the whole East African region. I think it's only Uganda whose electricity is cheaper than ours. We come second within the whole region. Yeah. So our electricity is relatively affordable. When we look at these assets, we are actually at a good advantage when it comes to using electricity for cooking. But we agree, there's been again some issue. Reliability, yes, which is different from price. Reliability, that one I have to agree with you. We also had sector reforms. We transferred what was Umeme has now come back to government. All those institutional reforms, we inherited a weak grid. Now we are reinforcing, we are strengthening, we are reinjecting transformers. All those are heavy investments that government has to undertake. So you can agree with me. I don't live in Mbale, but I think the quality of electricity has been better. I think what we have today, okay, I'll speak for myself, at least the power blackouts have reduced. And most times, even when I get a power blackout, it's a scheduled shutdown, meaning it's maintenance that is happening. And these things are going to improve because, as my colleague mentioned, government has secured financing aimed at improving the quality of power, but ensuring that each and every Ugandan has electricity. Because if you don't have this electricity, how are we going to recover the investments that we put in generation? How are you going to do business? How are you going to run your industries? It's the industries that build the economy, that pay our taxes. So it is in government's best interest to make sure that everybody is using electricity and the electricity is available and it has a quality that is sufficient to enable you to use it. Instead of, in industries, and every time there is a shutdown and the process of getting your machines to run back is even more expensive than if you left the machines running. So I want to give you the reassurance that all those sector reforms were aimed at ensuring that we have reliable power and that power is accessible to each and every Ugandan. And I'm very certain that very soon as we come back, there will be some good feedback from the public, but we take note of that and we are really working on improving that. Ensuring that once you get as a household, you use that power because it is actually much cheaper to use electricity. My power doubting Thomas, I really had a problem. I couldn't imagine that you can leave charcoal and use electricity for cooking, and it makes sense. And indeed, when I started using electricity, I have been the biggest advocate for it. Yeah. So does anybody? Okay.
Uganda. I love the government of Uganda. That's why I'm always contributing. I'm sorry that the government delayed, maybe for the leaders they had in the past. But now you have brought it nearer the community. I request if the Minister of Mineral Development and Resources permits us who are in this session or in this training, can we be the TOTs in the communities such that the information can reach to the ground, so that our brothers and sisters who are there, who are doing deforestation, who are not getting the information, they can get clear. Because now we are very few. You cannot reach the population of the 50 million almost, you see? But now the people you have invited here, maybe close to 50 people, they can spread the information to the people, such that after 3 months when you come, people are already satisfied. You see, yeah, as for us, I've been in the community, we have been preaching about PDM, but some of us, as we are moving, we are seeing the testimonies of PDM. We want to show this e-cooking to be like how PDM is moving to the communities. Why? Because of the TOT information. If members can support me,
and to actually develop bylaws aimed at supporting independence. We are not working this journey alone. We are sitting in Kampala, and as you rightly said, we have people at the grassroots. We have a whole district decentralized, we have a whole decentralized structure, and we are going to work with those structures. Even beyond just the community, the awareness creation, what we envisage as the role that the district can play for us, even supporting with repairs. I mean, if we pass down this technology and knowledge to the districts, we want to see where districts can budget for resources to even implement, where districts can also support in the training, in the repair, monitoring the repair and maintenance, what companies that we can have. And just want to reaffirm that the law we've developed reinforces the need for us to work with the urban, with the subnational government. Yeah, so thank you very much. Maybe a last thing to answer there would be taxes, Lord. We take note of that. We take note of that, and in that regard, government is implementing a number of interventions aimed at making the cost relatively lower. For example, import duty on these appliances, whereas the East African tariff is 25%, the Uganda apply is 10%. It's actually more attractive within Uganda compared to other countries within the region. Technology such as completely on the ethanol produced. David, that buy doesn't incur any taxes. Yes, if you're using a pellet stove, it's also not, the pellets are not incurring taxes. We also want to encourage local manufacture because we have incentives already in place aimed at supporting local manufacturing in the country. So as we look at how we can bring down the cost, especially the cost of the appliance, where the taxes, it's the customs taxes, but if the product was manufactured in the country, that product would incur a tax. So as an we are looking at how Ghana, where just one employing highly educated Ghanaians, over 100 and doing electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, these, university, those who are so this clean cooking is not only addressing energy access, it's also a source of actually employment, green jobs. So as we promote it, if you had in every district, you had at least one factory, 100 people, I believe that could be very transformational in terms of creating employment for our recent graduates. So as we do that, we're trying to encourage. And how are we doing that? We are not saying locally manufacture, we are waiting for you to locally manufacture. We've made it very affordable. We've actually seen very good incentives, and some good grace periods for you to get money from the bank. We are putting up laboratories to help you develop your products and then go into mass building to ensure that you're able to design your products, enforce the standards, and do the marketing. So it's a lot of hand holding that we are doing with the private sector. Or and back to ensure that we have a well-known thing that is growing. Yeah, thank you very much. I know I've spoken a lot, but I know my colleagues might want to have to add something, and I would like to request them to, in case they would like, yeah.
And growing means people are using they're using garbage, or they are transforming garbage to fuel and fertilizer products. How far has the Ministry of Energy and the agency gone with garbage, which has become a secondary city and municipality? Urban councils are choking on garbage, yet some economies.
Cooking. What we've done, I think about 5 years ago, I came here wearing a different hat and we are working on waste and how we can transform that waste into a useful resource. We are working with Mbale City, NEMA, and we formed a consortium of the cities that generate the most waste. So Mbale was one of them, Jinja, Mbarara, Kampala as well. And we did a lot of studies. We quantified the waste. We even supported Mbale to find, because the current waste, we're only talking about the waste and disposal. But we're saying after the waste has been collected, how are you treating it? Can you treat it to add energy? So we helped them to finalize those laws to make energy possible. We've done that. We've even piloted some interventions. I think some schools, I'll get the schools, but we have some schools in which we've actually put up biogas systems that are even generating electricity. So we are doing a lot to ensure we turn waste into value. but the legal and regulatory and institutional framework notwithstanding. There's been a lot of challenges on the upstream side, yet as a ministry, our starts from converting into energy. We can't come in, that falls, the supply side falls under local government and regulation by NEMA. So in the past, what we've done is try to organize that so that we can then add value. Yeah, otherwise, that project took place between 2019 and 2024. We did a lot of studies, we did waste studies, and we added value. Then in a new project that we are designing, we are going to put these biogas plants in markets. So we'll need your services, especially to come and sensitize the public, especially about using waste.
That's waste management. These guys are there. However, the snail speed at which it has been, since I think your intervention could have been as far as 2021 or 2022, because that was at the heat of whether we can have the solid waste management ordinance passed. But it has been a scenario stage. People are still grappling with heaps of garbage. And for me, my own desire would have been that government now prioritizes upgrading garbage into a useful resource, like you said. Because I don't see in this generation why Kampala should look for land in Mukono to go and dump garbage instead of recycling it and producing everything that can come out of recycling. Thank you.
$27 markets. And we're going to put all the organic waste, because our research shows that about 90% of the waste that comes out of a market is organic. We're going to process that waste, generate biogas, instead of the markets buying charcoal to cook, to have that biogas, and we're going to work with the market management committees to then manage, and we are going to then meter that gas to every kitchen and work with the market management committees to manage the revenue generation and continuously maintain the biogas system. So that is one of the novel approaches that we are going to be piloting very soon. With regards to management of waste to generate energy for cooking. We shall be launching this project, I think, between 5th and 6th of May, and we shall be inviting municipalities, for the case of Mbale, we shall be inviting Mbale City particularly, and hopefully they can extend the invitation to the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Assuming there's no more questions or comments, that brings us to the end of our consultation. What I have now is just a few next steps. As I'd mentioned, that part of the policy is that once you have had this convening, now the window for the feedback collection period starts for the next 30 days. We have provided a particular link. I don't know if you can, if you check the table, there's a QR code that you can scan, and we should also be resharing this via way of email from the emails you have given us and the contacts you've given us. For the next 30 days, we'll be collecting information with respect to how can we enhance the e-cooking agenda that we've been presenting here today. Moving forward, what's happening next is that the program of activities, the local stakeholder consultation is still continuing. In particular, on Friday, the 24th of April, we shall be at Silver Springs Hotel in Kampala, where in the morning we shall be talking about ethanol. And then at the same venue, Silver Springs Hotel in Kampala, we shall be talking about improved biomass as well. And then we shall continue on Tuesday, the 28th of April in Kampala, same hotel, Silver Springs Hotel, but in this case, we shall be focusing on LPG. Now, we shall then close the round of stakeholder consultation in terms of having these convenings in Barara on Thursday, the 30th of April, and we shall be talking about biogas. We shall also still be available in person for those who will be available, or your friends, colleagues but it shall also be available online for those other different fuels. That said, it was a pleasure to be part of this convening. It was always a pleasure to be my first time in Mbale, and I want to bring this presentation to an end and invite Dr. Crispus to come and give us the closing formalities. Otherwise, it's always a pleasure to be part of this convening, and we shall keep in touch via the usual channels. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Charles. I extend of you who managed to make it today to this important discussion. When I started in the morning, we had the key objectives. And the first objective was to present to you the program design and the methodologies of this program, which I know now that each one understands. We have talked about the digital monitoring, reporting, and verification exercise, which I know now each one understands. We also talked about benefit sharing and carbon rights, which I know now each one understands now. Of course, we also got feedback from you, and we picked a lot of information from you. I want to thank you for your contribution. As the consultant has said, this program, if you were attentive enough, is tackling 6 value chains. We mentioned electric cooking or cooking using electricity, right? We mentioned which other value chain? Let me be sure that we are all following through. Which other value chain? Okay, we mentioned biogas, right? We also mentioned bioethanol. He mentioned it towards the end here as well, right? We have also mentioned biomass, improved biomass. And we also mentioned about briquettes and pellets. We also mentioned about it. So we are looking at 6 value chains. And so, as you saw, the program of activities is carrying that. And we are looking at both households and institutions. So we're not doing it for one sector. It's the entire ecosystem, right? So we are still coming to you, and we'll have further engagement on the same. Today we have talked about electric cooking, but you may have an interest also in improved biomass. Tomorrow, no, the following day after tomorrow is on Friday. We are going to be at Silver Springs in Kampala, discussing about bioethanol and improved biomass. If you can, join us at the discussion. And if you have a colleague or a friend or a relative, please invite them to the same discussion. We are also going to pick your details and share a link. So even if you don't attend physically, just like our colleagues have been attending online, you can still attend online. But still, If you have any questions that are not yet answered, again, you have a code on your desk, which you can scan and send in your question. There's also a paper where you can fill any feedback that you have for us. From there, we shall proceed, and on 28th, we shall be discussing about LPG. And we're also going to be at Silver Springs in Kampala. If you have an interest in LPG, this is also the time that you need to come and we have a conversation. Still, if you cannot come physically, attend virtually. Finally, on 30th, we are going to be in Western Uganda. We shall be at Hotel Triangle, and we shall be discussing biogas. If you have an interest in biogas, this is now the time to prepare questions about biogas. So any information that you want to give us, we incorporate it in this kind of arrangement. I am happy when you said that you want to be the ambassadors of what you have seen here. Please go ahead and mobilize as many people, as many colleagues who want to join this program. More importantly, if you know anyone dealing in the 6 value chains that I've mentioned, it's the time to encourage them to now start expressing interest. But all of you, if you also want to join the same sector, this is now the time. That said and done, I am now going to invite Justine to also give closing remarks. And we leave here, but we want to thank each and everyone for making it to come. Let me see all who are not coming in Mbale. Maybe you're coming from other districts, but just wave. Yeah, people are very many here, you see, out of Mbale. Which districts? Maybe by, we have Tororo, Namutumba, Namisindwa,
Katakwi.
Igala, Katakwi, all those are districts. Then where else? Butareja, you can imagine. So I want to thank all of you for coming. Before just comes in, I am going to, who is the farthest of the districts they have mentioned? Katakwi, where is he? Katakwi. Please just come and give a vote of thanks on behalf of everyone in one sentence, because you are the farthest. Right? Just a vote of thanks. Then we invite the commissioner to come.
Me this privilege. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Simon Ewasu. I'm sorry I came late. I am head teacher at Puton Primary School in Katakwi district. So I want to take this singular honor to really thank the organizers of this training. I know what you have given us is really so good for our institutions, for our communities. I want to thank the commissioner. First of all, picking these people among the many is a privilege and should not be taken just like that. So I only want to encourage all of us, like we have said, to be ambassadors of this program. I know many would have loved to be among the team, but it is now us to replicate back what we have learned from these sessions. Most of us have been following it online, and we have kept on learning. I want to encourage that we continue learning, be it virtual, be it physical, and then we take back what we have learned to our communities. And I believe when we take it back to our communities, to our institutions, our places of work, we shall always make everyone understand what it means by the e-cooking, the clean cooking. So thank you so much for allowing us the privilege to be the ambassadors. I still encourage that let's continue sharing together, and where issues come to the organizers, please accommodate us. I know most questions may continue coming, but continue receiving them and giving us the responses. I want to say thank you so much, and wish all of us journey mercies as we go back to our destination. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's invite the commissioner now to give closing remarks.
Thank you. Once again, I'm called Redress Chelangat, the Assistant Mbale City. Yeah, thank you for this honor to have me here back again. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank you for the well thought program. And like I said before, while we are not here, that we are moving back with a lot. I mean, we are moving forward with so many changes, and we have to catch up with all the things that are coming around us. So this calls for all these strategies, and we've implored ourselves and encouraged. So as we conclude this session, I just have one appeal to the organizers that let us push this thing, not just for it to remain as few individuals. Let it move. Target more people, target more communities out there. Let's popularize this program. It's so good that we don't have to leave anyone behind. I'm very sure there are so many people out there that are not informed, but if they had the information, there would be in need for this program, and we shall off together at the same pace, and it will make work very easy for all of us. So members, thank you for coming. I want to wish you all good journey mercies. May God lead you back home safely. And nothing much. Welcome back to Mbale City again. When you think about Mbale City, don't think twice, please. You're always welcome. This is home. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. We have ended the session here.